In a city built on power, secrets, and blood, one woman never imagined her love would become her greatest risk.
Alejandro Montoya, feared by enemies, desired by many, the King of Los Angeles.
No one touches what's mine.
But danger waits in the shadows, and enemies never sleep.
Alex, what if I can't give you the one thing you've always wanted?
Then I already have everything I need.
In a world of passion and betrayal, only love can save them or destroy them.
Te quiero, princesa.
If you are new here, please consider subscribing. Your one click can make my day.
Chapter 1. Alana. My heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst through my chest. I stood frozen, mouth slightly open, staring at my husband in complete confusion. Alejandro Montoya, the man known as the King of Los Angeles, my husband, my supposed partner in everything, was acting in a way I couldn't make sense of. Why was he suddenly rejecting a frightened, pregnant 16-year-old girl at our door? What was I missing? I had met Lucy Gallagher months ago at the women's shelter where I volunteered. She had lied about her age to secure a bed. But when the truth surfaced, social services stepped in. Still, she had trusted me, confided in me, and I felt protective of her ever since. Alejandro had even gotten his lawyer involved to make sure she'd be placed with a good family. But now, here she was again, late at night, clearly terrified, and my husband was shutting her out. "Well, what is this?" I asked him. "Why won't you let Lucy in?" He turned to me, brows drawn, running a hand through his dark hair with visible irritation. "Because her name isn't Lucy. She's not who you think she is, Alana." I blinked, the weight of his words sinking in. "Then who is she?" Alejandro shoved his hands into his pockets, his gaze hard. My stomach knotted as my mind scrambled through possibilities. None of them were good. "Alejandro, who is she?" My voice wavered. He sighed sharply, then glanced at his driver, Jacob, who had just come in to announce Lucy's arrival. "Fine, let her in," he snapped, then turned back to me. "She can tell you herself." We waited in silence that felt endless until the girl was shown into the den. I glanced at my husband, searching for answers in his expression, but he looked like a man preparing for war. Feet braced apart, shoulders tight, eyes locked on the doorway. His energy radiated anger and unease, and it only made my nerves spike higher. Lucy stepped in, eyes glassy with tears. Alejandro sat down, gaze never leaving her, while I moved toward the girl instinctively. "Lucy, are you okay?" I asked. "Yes," she whispered, brushing tears away with her sleeve. "Sit," Alejandro ordered coldly, pointing at the armchair, "and tell us who you really are. Isn't that right, Lucia?" The name hit like a thunderclap. She froze, trembling. Then just as quickly she shifted, her chin lifted, eyes narrowing, her whole posture turning defiant. "So, you already know," she said, crossing her arms. "Of course I do," Alejandro growled. "Did you really think I wouldn't? I keep track of anyone who gets close to my wife. And you, of all people, should understand that." My confusion deepened. "What is going on, Lucy or Lucia?" "Tell her," Alejandro pressed. The girl's eyes met mine, and my heart hammered so hard I thought it might be audible. "My name is Lucia Ramos," she said softly. "I'm the only one left of the Ramos family." The name struck a chord. "Ramos?" "Yes," I frowned. "Why does that sound familiar?" Alejandro answered grimly. "Because they were one of the biggest crime families in Chicago until 2 years ago when they were wiped out, all except Lucia." I gasped, memories flooding back. It had been national news. The father and 2 sons killed execution style in their own home. The daughter never found, presumed dead. I remembered pitying that poor girl, praying she'd somehow escaped. And now she was standing in my living room. "Please, it, Alejandro said again, his tone hard. Tell us why you came to Los Angeles and why you've dragged us into your mess. I shot him a look. She was just a teenager, for God's sake. But Lucia obeyed, moving to the armchair while I sat beside Alejandro, grateful for the stability of his hand on mine. Lucia drew in a shaky breath. I saw my father and brothers murdered. When they came for me, I ran. That's it? Alejandro snapped. You expect me to believe they never caught up with you? I was a track star at school, fastest in the district, and I knew my neighborhood better than they did. I ran, then hid, survived on the streets for weeks until things calmed. I needed a plan before my father's enemies, or the state, found me. I went to my brother's friend, Blake. At first, he helped me, got me false papers, said he loved me. We even planned to move to Boston and marry. But it was all a lie. He was seeing his ex behind my back, laughing about me being an easy target. So I left, I got on a bus and ended up here. I sat stunned, my chest aching for this girl, but Alejandro's expression only hardened. So you just happened to end up at the shelter where my wife works? Yes, she answered firmly. Pure coincidence, a lucky one, but still coincidence. Alejandro scoffed. Why would she seek us out? I asked, bewildered. Lucia's lip trembled. Alejandro spoke before she could. Because the family that destroyed hers used to be our greatest rivals in Chicago, and sometimes, Alana, an enemy's enemy makes the most convenient ally. Lucia added bitterly, until their leaders ended up headless. Alejandro shot her a sharp look, silencing her. I turned to him, horrified. Did you? Alana! He cut me off harshly. His warning tone made me shrink back, ashamed I'd asked aloud. He squeezed my hand before refocusing on Lucia. Let's say I believe your story. Why are you here tonight? She sniffed. Because I can't stand that foster home. They hate me. They think being pregnant means I'm lost beyond saving. They force me to confess at church, shove a Bible at me every night, and the man there gives me the creep. Lucia, I said gently, you can't just run away without telling them. She shook her head. They'll be worried. You have to call them, I urged. Fine, but can I stay here tonight? She pleaded, eyes wide, desperate. No, Alejandro barked. Just for tonight, I whispered to him, resting my hand on his knee. It's late, he groaned in frustration. One night, that's it. Tomorrow you go back. Lucia nodded quickly. Thank you. You still need to call them, I reminded. Of course. Can I borrow your phone? Where's yours? I asked. They took it, said I couldn't be trusted, didn't want me talking to boys, she muttered, glaring down at her rounded stomach, as if I'd want that again. Chapter 2. Alana. I handed Lucia a fresh pair of my pajamas and sat down on the edge of the bed in the guest room she had chosen for the night. It struck me that this was the same room I had once picked for myself, back when I first moved in. That was before Alejandro stormed in, furious, insisting I sleep in the master suite with him. Hard to believe that had been only 6 months ago. It felt like another lifetime. Thank you so much, Alana, Lucia whispered, her voice thick with emotion as she settled beside me. When I first met you, I had no idea who you were. By the time I found out, I already liked you, and then, well, I guess part of me wanted to protect myself. Being Alejandro Montoya's wife, that changed everything. I should have told you the truth, but instead, I tried to hold on to this new name. I don't want to be Lucia Ramos anymore. I want to be Lucy Gallagher. Her voice broke as she wiped a tear. I reached for her hand and squeezed it gently. I understand why you kept it to yourself. Her eyes widened. You do? Of course, you've only ever had yourself to rely on. You did what you had to in order to survive. That takes strength, Lucia. Real courage, I told her honestly. I couldn't begin to imagine the pain she'd endured. Watching her family murdered, then living in constant fear for 2 years. Her tears spilled freely as she whispered, You remind me so much of my mom. I wrapped an arm around her and she leaned against me, crying until my shirt was damp. I wish she were here, she sobbed. I held her close, letting her grief run its course. Reports from that night had never mentioned her mother, and I couldn't help but wonder what had happened to her. There were so many unanswered questions, but now wasn't the time to ask. What mattered was that she was safe, for tonight at least. Eventually, her tears slowed. She straightened, brushing her eyes with the back of her hand. I haven't cried this much in years, she said with a shaky laugh. Thank you for letting me stay here tonight. You're welcome, I said softly. She smiled, but the look she gave me carried a weight that made my chest tighten. Promise me you won't run away again, Lucia. I know you don't like the bakers, but let me talk to Alejandro. Maybe we can find a better option. I hate it there, Alana, she whispered fiercely, and they hate me too. I believe you, I said, stroking her hand. Just give me time, sweetheart. I promise I'll do everything I can. But it's complicated. There are rules in place. If it were just my choice, you'd already be staying here. She gave a small, bitter laugh. Thanks, but Alejandro won't want me around. My family, well, it doesn't matter. I wish it were as simple as convincing him, I admitted, chewing my lip. That would be the easy part. That made her laugh outright, catching me off guard. I smiled, surprised at the glimpse of the carefree teenager she could have been. What's so funny? The way you think you have control over the king of LA, she said, shaking her head, but also the fact that you don't realize how powerful he really is. For a man like your husband, red tape doesn't exist. I frowned. We can't just take you in, Lucia. Even if we wanted to, it isn't that simple. She rose to her feet, squaring her shoulders as if bracing herself. Alana, Alejandro Montoya can do whatever he wants, and you're his wife. That means, in many ways, so can you. Chapter 3. Alana. I wandered down the hallway, Lucia's words still echoing in my head. Could it really be true? Did Alejandro have the kind of power that could make her our responsibility, legally and permanently, if he wanted to? Yes, she had lied to me. But I understood why. Beneath all the deception, she was still just a frightened 16-year-old with nowhere to go. And despite her family's history, she deserved safety. In the short time I'd known her, I'd grown protective, almost as if fate had placed her in my path for a reason. Closing her bedroom door quietly, I padded toward our room, my steps sinking into the thick carpet. Alejandro was stretched across the bed, hands behind his head, staring at the television. His eyes flicked toward me briefly, then back to the screen. The set of his jaw told me he was still upset, not only with Lucia, but with me for letting her stay. I knew that look. Fortunately, I also knew the quickest way to melt his anger. I slipped out of my dress and under the covers beside him, pressing myself against his side and resting a hand on his chest. He grunted in response, and I smiled to myself. Even in his worst moods, I found him impossibly magnetic. Thank you for letting Lucia stay tonight, I murmured. She goes back tomorrow, he said sharply. I bit back the urge to argue. I wanted her to stay longer. I wanted him to understand how unsafe she felt in that house, but pushing him now would only make things worse. She's just a child, Alex, I said softly, his eyes cut to mine, sharp and unyielding. She's dangerous, Alana. Her enemies are dangerous. She isn't. Same thing, he snapped. Heat rose in my chest, anger bubbling. I can't believe you have so little compassion for her. She's terrified. She has no one. I thought the cold, heartless act was just that, an act. But maybe I was wrong. In an instant, he rolled on top of me, pinning my wrists against the pillow. His eyes burned into mine. You think I'm heartless? I met his gaze, my voice a whisper. Number, I know you're not. That's why I don't understand why you won't help her. I am helping her, he countered firmly, Espom. But helping doesn't mean inviting risk into our home. My first priority is you, keeping you safe, keeping my family safe. That's what matters. I nodded, knowing there was no winning this argument tonight. I shifted the mood instead, brushing my lips against his jaw. His stern expression softened, and a low laugh escaped him. You always know how to change the battlefield, he muttered. I smiled. Maybe, or maybe I just know you better than you think. He leaned closer, his forehead resting against mine. You have no idea, mi reina. You bend me without even trying. That's not true, I whispered. You're always the one in control. Am I? He asked, a teasing glint in his eye. Sometimes I think you only let me believe that. But you, his hand brushed over my heart. You already hold everything that matters. The sincerity in his voice caught me off guard, leaving my breath shallow. I love you so much, Alex, I whispered. Your heart isn't in a vice, it's in a safe, and I'll guard it with everything I have.
Chapter 4. Alejandro. I woke to the sound of Alana's soft laughter and the feel of her hair brushing against my chest. Her brown eyes sparkled as she looked up at me, mischief written all over her face. Buenos dias, princesa, I murmured. Morning, she whispered, climbing into my arms. I pulled her close, her warmth pressing against me, and for a few stolen minutes we forgot about the chaos of the world outside. She teased me with her touch, with that playful grin of hers, and I could feel the tension of the night before slipping away. She kissed me, slow and deep, and I held her tighter. Always trying to test my patience, I said with a smirk. Maybe I like keeping you on edge, she shot back, her voice light but her eyes full of fire. God, she knew exactly how to get to me, and she knew just how much power she had, more than I would ever admit aloud. When she finally collapsed against me, breathless and flushed, I brushed my lips against her hair. Lucia still has to go, I reminded her quietly. She groaned against my chest. You're impossible. I smiled down at her, my fierce, stubborn Alana. She didn't even realize how much control she truly had over me. To the rest of the world, I was untouchable. But with her, one word, one look, and I was undone. Later that morning, I walked into the kitchen to find her and Lucia at the breakfast bar. Alana leaned casually against the counter with her coffee while the girl sat with a bowl of cereal. The way they both looked up at me made my gut tighten. Why does it feel like there's a conspiracy brewing in here? I asked, pouring myself coffee. They exchanged a glance that confirmed it. Once you've finished, Jacob will take you back to the baker's, I said firmly. About that, Alana started. No, I cut her off. We agreed. One night. But Alejandro... Alana! My tone came sharper than intended. She fired back with Alex in front of Lucia, and it stung more than I cared to admit. That name was for us, private, not for strangers. I set my mug down, my eyes narrowing. What exactly are you suggesting? That we take her in, just like that? You don't know her. And you do? Alana challenged. I know her family, I snapped. Lucia slammed her spoon into the bowl. Don't talk about me like I'm not here. I am nothing like them. Her voice rang with conviction, and for the first time, I truly looked at her. Not just as a problem, but as someone carrying scars deeper than she let on. Alana's voice softened. She doesn't want to go back, Alejandro. She wants to apply for emancipation, but until then, she needs somewhere safe. That could take months, I muttered. Then let her stay here until it's sorted, Alana pleaded, her eyes locking onto mine. The look that always broke through my walls. I exhaled sharply and turned to Lucia. Come with me. Her eyes widened, but she stood and followed. In my office, I gestured for her to sit. This room is soundproof. No one will hear us. Be honest with me. She nodded. Okay. Why Los Angeles? I already told you. I wanted to get as far away as I could from Chicago, and from him, she said bitterly. And my wife? Why her? Lucia's jaw tightened. I didn't target her. She was kind to me. Do you know how rare that's been? I liked her before I even knew who she was. And when you did know? Her shoulders sagged. I stayed because I knew if I mattered to her, then maybe I mattered to you. And that meant safety. For me and for my baby. I leaned back, studying her. She wasn't playing a game. This was survival. Tell me about that night, I said quietly. Her voice cracked as she spoke. They came in while we were asleep. 8 men. 4 of them were my father's own. They dragged us into the kitchen, and then they shot them. My brothers, my father. I ran while they were laughing. I knew those streets better than they did. It's the only reason I'm alive. Her hands shook, but her eyes stayed on mine. She had learned long ago not to cry in front of men. You've been on your own since? I asked. Since I was 8, she whispered. My father, he wasn't the man people feared. He was worse. And my brothers weren't saints either. My mom was the only good one, and she's gone because of him too. I sat in silence, my jaw tight. I knew her father's reputation, cruel, manipulative, but hearing it from her, seeing the weight of it on her shoulders, was something else. Does anyone know you're in LA? Maybe Blake, maybe his cousin, but no one important. I already knew his cousin had been taken care of, but I kept that to myself. I rubbed a hand across my jaw. I would regret this, but I couldn't send her back. You can stay, for now, until we figure out something permanent. Her eyes widened. Really? Really. But understand this. You follow my rules. Respect my house, my staff, my privacy. No wandering off alone. Ever. Her shoulders dropped in relief. I can do that. Thank you. And know this too, I added firmly. While you're under my roof, no harm will come to you. Not from anyone. You're safe here. Her eyes softened, and for the first time, she smiled like a real teenager. Thank you, Alejandro. As she left to tell Alana, I leaned back in my chair, wondering if I had just made a dangerous mistake. Later, after my shower, Alana walked in and threw herself into my arms, pressing her face against my damp skin. Thank you, she whispered. You won't regret it. I already do, I muttered with a half smile. Now I'll have to relax the no panty rule. We can't have you parading around in front of a teenager like that. She laughed, mischievous as always. Fine. How about no panties in the bedroom instead? I raised a brow. Ever? Ever. I pulled her close again, brushing my lips against her ear. You know you're playing with fire, Princessa. Her playful pout only deepened. Then burn with me. And like always, she had me. Completely.
Chapter 5. Alana. On the way to the shelter, I had asked Hugo to make a quick stop first. I was bringing Lucia along with me for the day. She had lived there briefly when she first came to Los Angeles, back when she was still using those papers that claimed she was 18-year-old Lucy Gallagher. That was where she and I first crossed paths. She had fit in well back then, but everything changed when the truth came out. She wasn't 18, she was 16 and pregnant. She hadn't been allowed to stay after that. Today, though, she was eager to return, see familiar faces, and catch up with the women and kids she'd once known. It also gave her something better to do than sit at home by herself, especially since Alejandro and I would be out later that evening. She'd already called the Bakers the night before, telling them she was staying with us for one night, but now that Alejandro had agreed to a more permanent arrangement, I felt the least I could do was give her foster parents an explanation. "Here we are," Hugo said as he stopped in front of their house. I smoothed my skirt, exhaled, and climbed out of the car. "You sure you don't want me coming in with you?" Hugo asked from the driver's window. "Number, I've got this." "Just keep an eye on Lucia," I said, glancing back at her. She was fidgeting nervously in the back seat. I walked up the path and knocked on the door. Moments later, a woman with short blonde hair and garish orange lipstick appeared. Her eyes flicked over me from head to toe, her smile as sharp as glass. "Can I help you?" she asked. "Are you Melody Baker?" "I sure am. Who's asking?" "My name is Alana. I'm here to talk to you about Lucy." Her smile dropped instantly into a scowl. "If that girl's stolen from you or caused you trouble, don't look at me. She's impossible. She stayed out all last night." "Little tramp," she hissed. The venom in her voice knocked me back a step. I'd been told the Bakers were a good Christian family. Strict, maybe, but caring. That was what Alejandro's lawyer had promised. "What did you just say?" I asked slowly. "I said she's a tramp." "What? Has she been sniffing around your husband too?" Melody sneered. I saw the way she looked at my Gary, and he saw it too. Girls like her don't know how to keep their legs closed. My pulse roared in my ears. Rage boiled through me so fast it was almost dizzying. I stepped forward, close enough for her to feel my breath. My voice dropped to a hiss. "If you ever talk about Lucy or any other child that way again, I will slap you so hard you'll be spitting out teeth for weeks." Her eyes widened. She blinked, speechless. "And as for your husband, Gary, if I find out he's even thought anything inappropriate about that girl, I'll make sure he regrets it permanently." Melody's mouth opened and closed before she found her voice. "How dare you come here and speak to me like that? Who do you think you are?" I jabbed a finger toward her. "I am Alana Montoya, the Queen of LA, and I'm Lucy's new guardian. Call the cops, call your pastor, call whoever you want. It won't matter. My husband owns this city. Now go back inside and ask yourself why your husband looks at a 16-year-old girl that way instead of blaming her." I turned sharply, heels clicking against the path like gunfire. When I reached the car, Hugo and Lucia were both leaning forward, grins plastered on their faces. The windows were down, and I could tell they'd heard everything. Sliding into the back seat, I was immediately pulled into a hug by Lucia while Hugo clapped from the front. "Wow, Alana," Lucia laughed. "You really told her off." "You sure did, boss," Hugo chimed in, shaking his head with a grin. Heat flushed my cheeks. "I've never spoken to anyone like that before," I admitted, biting my lip. "But that woman, ugh, she was vile." "You didn't go too far," Hugo reassured. "Not at all," Lucia agreed. Still, a knot of unease settled in me. Alejandro's lawyer needed to know what kind of people the Bakers really were. Melody's words and her mention of Gary made my stomach twist. We spent the whole day at the shelter, and it lifted Lucia's spirits. She reconnected with the women she'd once lived alongside and quickly found herself surrounded by children who adored her. Watching her play with them, entertain them, and make them laugh, I realized she was a natural. It was getting late when Hugo poked his head into my office. "Evening, boss. I'm taking Lucia home now. I'll see you tomorrow." I blinked. "You're leaving without me?" He chuckled. "Your ride's already here, ma'am. Waiting outside. Have a lovely evening." And he was gone, leaving me curious. I packed my things, said goodbye to Kristen, the shelter manager, and stepped outside, only to have my breath stolen. There he was, Alejandro, leaning back casually in a sleek Bugatti Veyron, engine purring like a beast. He revved it once and grinned at me. I climbed in, sinking into leather so soft it felt unreal. "Alex, this is $1 million car." "More like 2, he corrected with a smirk. "But don't get too excited. I'm just test driving, trying to see if it impresses this gorgeous woman I know." I laughed. "Well, if she doesn't appreciate it, tell me, because I'll take it in a heartbeat." His laugh filled the car as he pulled away. "So you like it?" "Like it? I love it." "Then it's yours," he said simply. "Consider it broken in by me first." He pressed harder on the gas, and the engine roared as we shot forward on the freeway. "Alex!" I shrieked, clutching the seat. "You're insane!" He slowed slightly and looked over, his eyes softening. "It's not a gift. You know my money is your money. Everything I have is yours, Princessa." I shook my head, still amazed at this life. "Anyway, where are we going? I thought I was meeting you at the hotel later." "I heard what you did at the baker's house today," he said, pride in his voice. "I couldn't wait to tell you how proud I am of you." I covered my face, mortified. "Oh no, Hugo told you everything, didn't he?" "Of course," he grinned. "After the Amelia Grant lunch fiasco, he updates me daily." I laughed, remembering that misunderstanding. "So you canceled your meeting for me?" "I did. We'll get ready at the hotel together. I had some dresses sent over for you." My heart warmed. He always had impeccable taste. "I'm proud of you, Alana," he said seriously, standing up for Lucia like that. "You'll make an incredible mother." "Do you really think so?" I asked quietly, my doubts flickering. "I know so. Mi reina feroz," he said, kissing my fingertips. "What does that mean?" "My fierce queen." I smiled, my chest tight with love. "I can't wait to have little Montoyas running around," he added with a grin. "You're ready for that, aren't you?" "With you," I whispered, "I'm ready for anything." "Good," he said, pressing down on the gas again. "Now hold on tight." I laughed as the car surged forward, the city lights blurring past us. Chapter 6. Alana. Alejandro and I stepped into the bar at his hotel, his hand resting low on my back, almost daringly close. When I glanced up at him, he winked, and I couldn't help but smile. We'd just wrapped up dinner with the mayor and his wife, Bree. They were gracious company, genuinely interested in my work at the women's shelter, but now all I wanted was to be alone with my husband, just the two of us. Still, Alejandro had one last person to meet. So we stopped for a quick drink before heading upstairs. "Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. Montoya," the bartender greeted warmly. "Your usual, sir?" "Yes. 2, Alejandro said, guiding me to a stool. I was about to sit when a familiar voice called out behind me. "Alana Carmichael, is that really you?" I turned, startled, and then broke into a grin. "Bobby Conroy! What are you doing here?" "I'm in town for the convention," he said, stepping closer. I remembered the hotel was packed with tech people this week. Alejandro slipped an arm around my waist before Bobby could hug me, and I felt a tiny rush of satisfaction. For once, it wasn't me running into one of Alejandro's impossibly glamorous exes. It was my past that had shown up. "Bobby, this is my husband, Alejandro," I said proudly. "You're married?" Bobby's eyebrows shot up before he extended a hand. Alejandro shook it, though his grip looked anything but friendly. "And Bobby is—" Alejandro's tone was low, dangerous. I bit my lip. How could I explain Bobby, my first crush, my first kiss, the boy I thought would be my first everything, but I wasn't about to hand Alejandro that ammunition. "He was my high school boyfriend," I said simply. Bobby's eyes met mine, carrying all the unspoken memories. He hadn't changed much, still tall, still broad-shouldered, with blue eyes that twinkled like the ocean. He looked good, better even than he had in school. Not that it mattered. Not compared to the man at my side. Before Bobby could say more, another man appeared, swaying slightly from too much to drink. "There you are, buddy," he said, clapping Bobby on the shoulder. "Is this her, Alana, the one that got away?" Bobby sucked in a breath, laughing nervously. Alejandro stiffened beside me, his arm tightening around my waist. "The one that got away, huh?" I said lightly. "I think you're mistaken." Alejandro's voice cut through, calm but sharp. "How long did you two date?" "Not that long," I said quickly. 2 years, Bobby answered at the same time. The tension thickened, but before Alejandro could press further, one of his guards leaned in to whisper something in his ear. His jaw flexed and he cursed under his breath. "I need to deal with this. I won't be long," he said, glaring at Bobby before bending to kiss my cheek. "Behave," he murmured against my skin, and then walked away. 20 minutes later, Alejandro was still gone. I was nursing my second glass of scotch, caught between amusement and unease. Bobby and his friend Justin had become millionaires with their new security tech. Apparently, they were the stars of this convention. Justin excused himself, leaving Bobby and me alone. "I'm glad I ran into you, Alana," Bobby said quietly. "I've always regretted how things ended between us." "It was a long time ago," I replied. Memories flashed. Him coming home from college, confessing he'd cheated. The heartbreak. The irony of that being the night I'd finally planned to give myself to him. But the sting had long since faded. We were kids. And honestly, everything worked out the way it was meant to. His expression softened. "Are you happy?" "Deliriously," I said with a smile. He reached out, resting a hand gently on my shoulder. "Then I'm happy for you." But before I could respond, his hand was yanked away. Alejandro's voice cut through the air like thunder. "Touch my wife again, and you'll regret it." Bobby stumbled to his feet, whiskey fueling his bravado. "What's your problem, man?" I jumped between them, my hand on Alejandro's arm. "We were just catching up. Come on, let's go." For a tense moment, Alejandro's eyes burned into Bobby. Then, with a final warning, "Stay away from her," he grabbed my elbow and all but marched me out of the bar. "Bye, Bobby. Enjoy the convention," I managed with a small smile over my shoulder. In the elevator, silence stretched. He stood on one side, jaw tight, eyes fixed on the doors. I stood on the other, my stomach in knots. His anger was radiating off him in waves. When we reached the suite, he poured himself a drink, his movements sharp and controlled. I slipped off my heels and waited for him to speak. "Alejandro," I said carefully, "what is this about?" He slammed his glass down. "Are you kidding me? I walk in and see you at the bar with your ex, his hands on you, and you ask me what this is about?" I stared at him. His hand was on my shoulder for 2 seconds. That's hardly all over me. "You were in my hotel, my bar, with some guy draped over you. How do you think that looks?" I laughed, sharp with frustration. "So this is about your ego? Because from where I stood, it looked like two people talking. That's it, just like you chat with your exes every week. The only difference is you trust me, and I trust you. At least until you stormed in, threatening to break his arm, making yourself look like a jealous teenager instead of the man I married." His nostrils flared, his jaw clenched. I knew I'd pushed too far, but I wasn't backing down. "You've slept with half the women in LA, I shot back. "I deal with them fawning over you constantly, and one time, you meet someone from my past and you act like this?" "That's different," he growled, stepping closer. "How?" "Because those women meant nothing to me. But him, he did. He was the one that got away." "He said that, not me," I snapped. "Then tell me, who was he to you?" His voice thundered, his body towering over mine as I stepped back until the glass wall was at my spine. "He was my first crush, my first kiss," I whispered. "Were you in love with him?" I shook my head. I cared for him, yes, but not like this, not like I love you." The fire in his eyes dimmed slightly as he leaned closer, caging me in. His voice dropped to a growl. "I hate that he got any part of you." I touched his jaw, softening. "You got everything else. The parts that matter." His breath hitched, his lips brushing mine. "I want it all, Alana. And you have it. Every first that counts, every last one from here on out, they're yours," I whispered. Something inside him shifted. The fury gave way to hunger, to need. He swept me into his arms, carrying me across the room. "You're wrong about one thing, princess," he murmured, setting me down on his desk. "You're the first woman I've ever trusted enough to bring in here, and that means everything." I melted beneath his words, my heart racing. Whatever anger had been between us, it was gone now, burned away in the fire that only he and I could ignite in each other. Because in that moment, there was no Bobby, no past, just Alejandro, just us. And the rest of the world disappeared. Chapter 7. Alana. I stirred awake in the middle of the night, feeling Alejandro's lips brushing gently against my neck and his warm hand sliding across my body. "Alex," I whispered with a soft groan, my pulse quickening. "Hey, princesa," he murmured in that deep, husky tone of his. I shifted back against him, feeling his body pressed firmly against mine, and couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. "What's wrong? Couldn't sleep?" "Something like that," he muttered, kissing me once more before exhaling heavily. "Is everything okay?" I asked, turning slightly toward him, his hand stilled on my hip as his sigh lingered. "Just work. Nothing you need to worry about." I tilted my head, trying to catch his eyes in the dim light. "You can always tell me, if it weighs on you, then it matters to me too." "I told you, it's nothing you need to concern yourself with," he cut in firmly. I hesitated, wanting to push, but his tone told me the wall was up. "Earlier tonight, you said you trusted me enough to share everything with me." "This isn't about trust," he replied quietly. "I just don't want you pulled into that part of my life. It's ugly, dangerous, and you're none of those things." I frowned, whispering, "But if it affects you, it affects me too. Sooner or later, you'll have to believe I can handle it." "I know you could," he said after a pause, his voice softening. "But if I can keep you from ever needing to, I will." His hand tightened on my hip, pulling me closer as if to end the conversation. I wanted to press again to make him let me in, but I knew it would only spark another argument. So instead, I swallowed my frustration and leaned into his warmth, aching at how shut out I sometimes felt. Then his voice lowered with a teasing growl. "I just remembered, I still owe you a punishment for the other night." I felt him smile against my skin as a shiver raced through me. "You want to do that now?" I teased, my voice shaky with anticipation. "Yes," he whispered, nipping gently at my ear. I laughed softly. "When we could just stay cozy and you could hold me until we fall asleep?" His low groan told me exactly what his preference was. "I've been good tonight," I teased again, not sure I deserve a spanking. "You were the one who reminded me," he countered, smirking against my neck. "And you know I don't share what's mine, especially not my favorite things." I gasped lightly at the husky tone in his words. "So I'm just a toy to you, huh?" "Not just any toy," he murmured, his lips brushing my shoulder. "My favorite." "You're impossible," I whispered, laughing under my breath. "And you love it," he said, pulling back as his tone grew more commanding. "Come here." I let out an exaggerated groan, pretending to resist, but my heart was racing. I shifted across him until I was stretched over his lap. My skin tingled with anticipation as his hand trailed slowly over me. "This," he murmured, his touch firm yet affectionate, "is perfect." His palm came down with a sharp smack, heat blooming across my skin. My body jolted, the rush leaving me breathless. It was never about pain, it was about surrender, about trust. Each strike was followed by his hand soothing the sting, his voice low and teasing, praising me, making me ache for him even more. When he finally stilled, he leaned down, his breath hot against my ear. "You know something? You're addictive. Every single part of you." I let out a shaky laugh, whispering back, "I love you, Alex." "And I love you, Princesa," he replied, his words wrapped around me like silk. Dangerous, possessive, but tender all at once.
Chapter 8. Alejandro. The next morning, Alana and I returned to the house. Relief washed over me when I saw everything still intact, and our teenage guest perched on the sofa in the den, cross-legged with a cereal bowl in hand. "Hey, welcome back. Did you two have a good night?" Lucia asked with a bright smile. "Yes, it was wonderful," Alana answered warmly as she slipped down beside her. I added, letting my tone carry just enough weight. "And we ran into one of Alana's old friends as well." Lucia's eyes darted between us, grinning with curiosity. Alana groaned quietly, rolling her eyes like a teenager herself. She must have thought that with Lucia around, she could get away with that little act. She couldn't. I bent low, brushed a kiss against Alana's hair, and whispered by her ear, "Roll your eyes at me again, Princesa, and I'll take my belt to you." Her cheeks flushed, though a smile betrayed her amusement. I straightened up. "How was your night, Lucia?" "Fine. One of your guys, Jax, I think, stopped by. Said he thought you wouldn't leave until 7. He's nice. Ordered me a pizza. My brows drew together. Did he now? It wasn't expected, though I couldn't deny I'd been distracted, spending every possible moment with Alana since she came back from New York. He dropped by again this morning. He's in your office, she added. Thanks, I replied, squeezing Alana's shoulder before heading out. Alana glanced at me. After lunch, I want to run over to the shelter, catch up with Kristen. Lucia can come along too. Perfect, Lucia said with a smile. It'll be nice to see everyone again. Later, I sat across from Jax in my office, leaning back in my chair. You're telling me the Ortegas are getting ready to make a move? I asked. Jax nodded. Nothing concrete yet, but it looks like they're lining things up. I cursed under my breath. I told you Joey was a snake. It was only a matter of time before he tried to slide into our territory. You called it. But don't worry. We've got eyes on him. If he takes a step, we'll know. He better not get the chance, I muttered. I want extra men posted at the house until this is settled. Done. Jax hesitated before adding, and what about the Ramos girl? I blew out a heavy breath. What could I do? She showed up at our door 2 nights ago, alone and pregnant. His eyes narrowed. She's still Miguel Ramos's daughter. You'd better hope she's nothing like him. I know. My voice dropped lower. Did you ever hear anything about how he treated his kids? Jax's expression hardened. Cruel doesn't even cover it. I heard he used to make his sons fight each other until one couldn't stand anymore. Beyond that, not much. Why? I shrugged. Just a sense I get. Doesn't seem like she had much of a relationship with him. Wouldn't surprise me, Jax said flatly. Still, you're harboring the last of the Ramos bloodline under your roof. That's no small risk. She seems like a good kid, but she's still a Ramos. It's temporary, I assured him. The minute I figure out a safe way to move her out, she's gone. He gave a slow nod. In the meantime, I want you to talk to her. See if there's anything she remembers that might help us. You want me interrogating a pregnant 16-year-old? Jax asked, eyebrows raised. I chuckled. Not interrogate, just talk. You've got a way of pulling things out of people, even details they don't realize matter. A knock at the door cut us off. Come in, I called. The door cracked open and Lucia peeked her head in. Magda wants to know if Jax is staying for dinner. Wouldn't miss it, Jax grinned. Haven't tasted Magda's cooking since your wedding, amigo. Perfect. I'll let her know, Lucia replied cheerfully. Actually, stay for a minute, I told her. We were just talking about you. Lucia stepped inside, closing the door before settling into the chair beside Jax. I'd like you to share what you told me about that night with him, I explained. She frowned. Haven't I already told you everything? Maybe. But Jax has a talent for finding things in the details. The more we know, the better we can protect you. And any insight about our rivals doesn't hurt either. She studied me for a beat, then gave a small nod. All right, I'll try. Good. And remember, you can trust him. If Alana or I aren't around, go to Jax. Understood? Understood, she said softly. I pulled open my desk drawer and slid a brand new phone across to her. You'll need this. Her eyes lit up as she snatched it eagerly. Thank you. Not that I've got anyone to call, but it'll be good for games, browsing, and there's this app that shows how the baby's growing. And don't forget, Jax teased, you can always order pizza with it. Lucia burst into laughter, the sound bright and genuine, filling the room. Despite everything, I couldn't help but smile too.
Chapter 9. Alana. Alejandro stood at the front door checking his watch, his jaw tight with impatience. He despised being kept waiting, and it showed. "Lucia," he called sharply, "if you're not down here in 2 minutes, we're leaving without you." The silence that followed made his irritation clear. I slipped on my heels and walked over, placing a calming hand on his cheek. "She's nervous about what to wear," I said softly. "She's been looking forward to this all day. Give her a minute." "She'd better not take much longer," he muttered, though the edge in his voice softened slightly. It had been 2 weeks since Lucia came to live with us, and tomorrow she would turn 17. Alejandro had arranged a dinner at one of the most exclusive restaurants in the city, and she had been buzzing about it since morning. We'd gone shopping earlier, and she'd been torn between 5 outfits, so I bought them all. She needed clothes, and the sparkle in her eyes when she tried them on had been worth it. Alejandro's gaze stayed on the staircase before drifting back to me. His hand slid around my waist and rested firmly on my hip. "You look beautiful," he murmured. "Red suits you." I glanced down at my fitted dress, its lines hugging my waist and hips. "You really think so?" I teased, lowering my voice. "Good, because my lingerie is the same shade." He drew in a sharp breath, his eyes darkening. "They're sheer too," I whispered against his ear, his grip tightened. "Careful, princessa. Keep that up and we'll never make it to dinner." I grinned. "You can't disappoint Lucia. She's been waiting for this." "She'll forgive me when she sees her gift," he growled, running his teeth lightly along my jaw before tugging at my earlobe. The shiver that went through me nearly undid my resolve. I laughed quietly. "You're probably right." He had gone further than I expected with this birthday surprise, arranging not only the dinner but also a brand new car set to be delivered tomorrow. For a man who claimed he didn't want her around long, he was letting her in. I couldn't help smiling as I looked up at him. His answering smile made my chest tighten, heat rushing through me. "When we get back," he whispered, his lips brushing mine, "those red panties won't last the night." My knees weakened under the kiss he gave me, but before it could deepen, "Oh, come on. Can you two behave for 2 minutes?" Lucia groaned from the stairs. We broke apart, both smiling, as she descended gracefully in a pale aqua dress that complemented her perfectly. "You look beautiful," I said sincerely. Alejandro nodded in agreement. "Stunning." She flushed, muttering a shy, "Gracias," before joining us. An hour later, we sat on the terrace of the restaurant, the ocean stretched out before us. "This is the most breathtaking view I've ever seen," I sighed. "I couldn't agree more," Alejandro replied, winking at me, and I knew he wasn't talking about the ocean. Lucia giggled, glancing between us. "What's funny?" I asked, amused. "You two," she said, still smiling. "You're so sweet together." "Sweet?" Alejandro echoed with a frown. "Yes, I mean, you're always touching when you're near each other. Most couples don't sit like that in public, but you do. It's nice." I nearly choked on my water, heat creeping into my face. "What?" She laughed at my reaction. "Not like that. I mean, the small things. Your shoulders brushing. Him reaching for your hand. It's obvious you're crazy about each other." Alejandro raised his brows, lifting his glass. "Can't say anyone's ever called me sweet before." Lucia rolled her eyes playfully. "I wasn't calling you sweet, just the two of you together." I asked gently, "What about your parents?" Her smile faded as she shook her head. They were like that at all." She grabbed a bread roll, her voice quieter. Alejandro swiftly changed the subject. "Wait until you try the lobster. Best in the city." By the time dessert was on the way, a waiter brought a chilled bottle of champagne to the table. What's this? I asked, surprised. Alejandro smirked. A little celebration? And don't worry, Princessa, he said, looking at Lucia. Yours is barely alcoholic. She pouted playfully. Figures. He filled our glasses and lifted his. I spoke to my lawyer today. The paperwork's finalized. Alana and I are now your legal guardians, Lucia. Officially? Her gasp was followed by a squeal of delight. That was fast, I said, stunned. I pulled some strings, he replied simply. Thank you, Lucia whispered, her eyes shining. We clinked glasses, my throat tight with emotion. Lucia soon excused herself for the restroom, practically glowing with happiness. The moment she was out of sight, I placed a hand on Alejandro's thigh. That was very kind of you, rushing the papers through. He scowled. That's twice I've been called kind tonight. Don't make it a habit. I leaned closer. Well, it was. I love seeing this side of you. His face came nearer, his voice low. Don't get used to it. There's nothing soft about what I have planned for you later. I laughed softly. Is that always where your mind goes? He smirked. Not when you're wearing that dress with those see-through panties. His lips brushed my ear. If she weren't with us, I'd have already pulled you into the car and... Enough, I whispered, flushed. You're impossible. His chuckle rumbled low. Better. Back home, after Lucia had eaten her fill of dessert and gone to bed, I asked, Nightcap? Alejandro's dark gaze locked on me. My office, now. My breath caught. His office meant privacy, and with the way he looked at me, I knew exactly what he intended. The hallway walk felt endless, his presence heavy behind me. At the locked door, he leaned over, keying in the code, his body pressed against mine, his breath fanning over my neck. The closeness was overwhelming, intoxicating. He knew it too. The lock clicked and he guided me inside, shutting the door firmly. The heat in his eyes made me tremble. Lose the dress, keep the heels, he ordered. My fingers shook as I obeyed, dropping the red fabric to the floor. His gaze seared over me, hungry and unrelenting. Dangerous, he muttered, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Do you have any idea what you do to me, Princessa? My pulse thundered. Maybe you should show me. And with that, the night blurred into heat, intensity, and unrelenting passion, just as I knew it would. Later, wrapped in his arms, breath still ragged, we lay in silence until I asked softly, what happened with Lucia's parents? His chest rose and fell beneath my cheek. Her mother took her own life when Lucia was 8. She blames her father. Was he responsible? I whispered. Alejandro exhaled slowly. Maybe Miguel Ramos was ruthless, a liar, a cruel man. From what Lucia said, he was no different at home. My heart ached. That poor girl. Her brothers weren't much better, he muttered. Who knows what she's had to survive. I hate thinking about it. And maybe now she'll get help if she needs it. At least she's safe here. Yeah, he said, tightening his hold on me. For now. I smiled against him. Thank you. For her. And for me. He kissed the top of my head. Anything for you. Chapter 10. Alana. The hot water poured over me as I stepped beneath the shower, steam rising around my face. Tilting my head back, I stretched my neck, wincing slightly at the stiffness. I hadn't been keeping up with my morning yoga ever since Lucia had moved in. I really needed to start again. Otherwise, I'd never keep up with my husband's endless energy. Mind if I join you, Princessa? Came that familiar deep growl from behind me. I smiled, turning to see Alejandro walking toward me, already peeling off his shirt. If I'd been skipping yoga, I hadn't been skipping what he considered workouts. And truthfully, I didn't want to. Of course not, I said, my grin widening as he stepped under the spray, hands instantly sliding over my waist and pulling me flush against him. You're irresistible when you're soaked like this, he murmured, brushing his lips against my neck. I giggled softly. Well, I'm always this way around you. His teeth grazed my skin and I gasped, heat rushing through me. I only came in here for a shower, he teased. You're insatiable. Me? I pretended to be shocked. You're the one who can't keep his hands to himself. You barely let me through the front door last night before you had me out of my dress. That's because I'd spent an entire dinner pretending to be a gentleman while our teenage house guest sat across from us, he said with mock seriousness. You have no idea the restraint that took. I burst out laughing. You mean behaving like a civilized man instead of pawing at me in front of Lucia? Yes, what a terrible burden. Especially when you're in those red panties and I've got to sit there in agony. You're impossible, I whispered against his ear. Better believe it, he chuckled, spinning me so I was facing the wall, his hands firm at my hips. I gasped. You'll be late for work. His body pressed against mine, the heat of his breath tickling my ear. I don't care. Right now, this is more important, he whispered. My heart raced as his grip tightened. I gave in to his touch, my laughter and his low growls mixing with the rush of the shower. A few moments later, his kiss softened, tender now instead of urgent. That was for making me late, he said with a grin. And that kiss? I asked breathlessly. That was for the same reason. I laughed, catching my breath. We still have to give Lucia her present before you leave. You can handle that, he said, reaching for shampoo. But it was your idea, you chose it. He lathered his dark hair and shook his head. It's our money. She'll thank you either way. She'll be thrilled with the car. I smiled, knowing the real reason he wanted to stay out of it. He didn't want her gratitude directed at him. He was already softening toward her, even if he refused to admit it. Will you be home for dinner? I asked. Not tonight. Meetings all day, then the hotel. The disappointment must have shown on my face because he tilted my chin up. This isn't about you. I'd much rather be here, trust me. Soon, it'll calm down. I nodded. I know. His grin flashed wickedly. In fact, I'd rather just be having you for dinner. I laughed, wrapping my arms around his neck. Te quiero. I love you too, princesa, he said softly. An hour later, I sat in the doctor's office with Lucia, waiting for her appointment. Hugo and Hank were across from us. Alejandro insisted they go everywhere with us now. Hugo was friendly as always, but Hank... Well, I'd never seen Dabber. Man. Lucia bounced her foot nervously, then turned to me. Thank you again for the car, Alana. I still can't believe you guys actually got me one. You're welcome, sweetheart. Alejandro said every girl deserves a car at 16. Since we didn't know you then, 17 seemed fair. Her face lit up. I love it. I can't wait to drive it. You'll come with me later, right, Hugo? He shook his head with a smile. I'm on duty with the boss lady today. I leaned toward her. Jax mentioned he'd stop by. He loves cars. I'm sure he'd take you for a drive. Lucia perked up at that, sitting back with a grin. Earlier, when I'd surprised her with the sleek new Mercedes, she'd refused at first, saying it was too much. But after I reminded her Alejandro had more money than he could ever spend, and that she deserved something good after all she'd been through, she hugged me tight and promised to treasure it. Miss Montoya, a nurse called. Lucia looked at me uncertainly. Don't worry, I whispered. Alejandro had the records listed under our name, just to keep attention away from your past. She smiled faintly. That's fine. Actually, I kind of like it. Will you come in with me? Of course. The doctor ran her checks and smiled. Everything looks great with you and the baby. Keep doing what you're doing. She scribbled notes, then glanced up. Lucia, I know it feels early, but it's worth thinking about birth control for the future. I'll give you some info. You can decide when the time comes. Lucia nodded, then smirked. I'll just ask Alana what she uses. Caught off guard, I stammered, Oh, I don't. My husband and I want a baby. The doctor's brows lifted slightly. I see. How long have you been trying? Not really trying, more not preventing, maybe 6 months. She nodded. Just remember, timing matters. You're most fertile in a short window each month. Lucia burst out laughing at that point, and my face flamed scarlet. The doctor raised a brow, clearly confused. Lucia, we're done here, she said gently. Why don't you wait outside for a moment? Lucia rolled her eyes dramatically. All I know is you two don't exactly take days off, she teased as she headed out. I covered my face in my hands. I don't know how she knows that. The doctor chuckled. Don't worry, Mrs. Montoya, but if you've been regular and still haven't conceived, we can run some tests, just to be thorough. My chest tightened. You think something's wrong? Not necessarily. It's common to take a year, but since you're here and I have a slot free, we can start now. Blood work, a few basics. We'd also test your husband later. I forced a smile. All right, let's start with me. Half an hour later, after blood tests and endless questions, I walked out of the office more unsettled than when I'd walked in. Until now, I'd never even considered there could be a problem. Alejandro and I had decided from the start not to use contraception. If a baby came, we'd welcome it. I'd assumed it would just happen. But now, the doctor's words echoed in my head and a quiet fear lodged itself in my chest. For the first time, I wondered, what if it didn't happen for us at all? Chapter 11, Alana. Alejandro came home late that night. I was already waiting for him in the hallway, nerves twisting in my stomach after what the doctor had told me earlier. The thought wouldn't leave me. What if there's something wrong with me? What if I can't give him the family he wants? As soon as he spotted me, his face lit up. Hola, princesa, he greeted with that slow smile of his, pulling me into his arms before pressing his lips to mine. I melted against him, my arms wrapping around his neck. I always miss you, I whispered when we finally pulled apart. But he frowned slightly, studying my face. Something's wrong, isn't it? I hesitated, then shrugged. Maybe, I don't know. He took my hand firmly. Come on, let's have a drink and talk about it. We walked together into his office, where he poured 2 small glasses of scotch. I sat opposite him, noticing how tired he looked. He'd been working endlessly, barely sleeping, and a part of me felt guilty for adding to his burdens. He leaned back in his chair, watching me closely. So, tell me, what's on your mind, princess? I shook my head quickly. It's nothing important. We can talk later. You're exhausted. Let's just finish these and go to bed. But he arched an eyebrow, that firm look of his making it clear he wasn't about to drop the subject. I'm not too tired for you. Nothing in my world matters more than you. So talk to me. So I did. I told him everything about my doctor's visit, how she mentioned running tests, and how that had planted seeds of doubt I couldn't shake. What if I couldn't give him children? What if something was wrong with me? He listened carefully, sipping his drink, not interrupting once. When I finally stopped, fidgeting with the hem of my dress, he said just one thing in a low rumble. Come here. I stood and walked around to him. He pulled me onto his lap, wrapping me in his arms and burying his face against my neck. There's nothing wrong with you, princessa, he said softly. Doctors, they like to run tests. That's their job. But it doesn't mean anything is broken. But what if, I started. He tilted my chin so I'd meet his eyes. Then we'll deal with it. Whatever it is, we'll face it together. Did you know it took my mom 2 years before she got pregnant with me? Really? I asked, surprised. Really, he nodded, so believe me, we have nothing to worry about. Then his lips curled into a small grin as his hand slipped down, brushing over my thigh. And besides, why rush when we're having so much fun trying? His playful tone made me laugh despite the heaviness in my chest. I leaned into his kiss, letting myself be pulled away from the spiral of worry. For the rest of the night, he made sure to remind me, over and over again, that no matter what came, we were in it together.
Chapter 12, Alejandro. The sharp buzz of my phone woke me at 5 in the morning. I cursed under my breath as I reached for it, annoyed to have the little time I had with Alana interrupted. The name on the screen read Anton DeLuca. He and his men had been searching for Blake Fielding, the boy who had attacked Alana weeks ago and had vanished since. Somehow, this kid had managed to disappear off the map, even with my best people hunting for him. I pressed the call. This had better be good, I muttered. Beside me, Alana stirred, her arm draped lazily across my chest. Who is it? She mumbled, still half asleep. Just work, princess. Go back to sleep, I whispered, kissing her forehead before slipping out of bed. Anton's voice came clear. We found him, boss? Finally, I hissed as I pulled on sweatpants and stepped into the hallway. Bring him in. I'll deal with him myself. That'll be tricky, Anton replied, because he's already dead. I froze. What? They pulled him out of a concrete block in Chicago. He was literally buried in the foundations of a new apartment building. Been there since right after he left LA. I sat at my desk, trying to process. How did you even find him? There was a problem with the building's foundation. They had to dig it up. Found more than they expected. Word got out, and since we've had ears on the ground in Chicago, we got the confirmation fast. It's him, no doubt. I rubbed my temples. And no clue who wanted him gone? None. He wasn't liked, but he didn't have enemies on that level. At least none we know of. Which company? Lambert and Hall Construction. They're clean. We've already spoken to the foreman, meeting the CEO later. Nothing links back to Fielding so far, but someone had access to that site. I leaned back, frowning at the ceiling. Doesn't make sense, but at least the bastard's gone. Get back to LA. We've got bigger problems here. On it, boss. We'll be home soon. When the call ended, I spent 2 hours going over files and making calls, my laptop screen burning into my eyes. The Ortegas were still circling, testing boundaries, and my patience was wearing thin. The sound of soft footsteps pulled me from my thoughts. Alana walked in carrying a tray of coffee and croissants, sunlight catching on her bare legs beneath one of my shirts. "Buenos dias, princesa," I said, the tension in my shoulders easing instantly. "You were up so early. I thought you could use some breakfast," she smiled, setting the tray down. The smell of fresh coffee filled the room. But it wasn't the food that had my full attention. It was her. She was radiant, even like this, and it made me ache with the reminder of how much I'd been neglecting her lately. "You always know exactly what I need," I murmured, pulling her into my lap. She laughed lightly. "I was just trying to be nice. Don't let me distract you." Too late. I whispered against her skin, breathing her in. We ate together in my office, though eating was a stretch. She teased me without even trying, every smile, every movement pulling me further from my focus. It was dangerous, and she knew it. By the time I finally let her slip away to shower, I'd already promised myself I'd make it up to her tonight. But work didn't wait. And as much as I wanted to keep her in my arms, the day ahead reminded me of the truth. The Ortegas weren't playing small games anymore. They were pushing at the edges of our empire, stirring up trouble in the clubs and hotels, hoping to draw us into a bigger fight. Once, I wouldn't have thought twice about striking first. But things were different now. I had Alana, and with her, I finally understood what my father meant when he said love could be dangerous. Because a man with something to lose always had a weakness. And she was mine.
Chapter 13. Alana. Lucia and I were curled up in the den watching TV when Alejandro finally returned home that evening. Part of me had considered breaking the news to her about Blake, but deep down, I knew it should come from him. I only knew the bare facts. That Blake was gone. And I couldn't answer the questions she was bound to have. Alejandro stepped into the room and lowered himself onto the sofa beside me. He slipped an arm around my shoulders, pressed a kiss against my forehead, and I instantly felt that familiar warmth spread through me. "We saved you some dinner," I told him, resting my hand on his thigh. "I ate at the hotel," he replied, his gaze shifting past me to where Lucia was giggling at the movie on the screen. "Lucia," he said gently, "we need to talk to you for a moment." She muted the TV and turned toward him, concern flashing in her eyes. "Sure. Is everything okay?" "I think we should turn this off," I said softly, reaching for the remote. She nodded and set it aside. Alejandro drew in a breath. "It's about Blake," he began, and I watched Lucia's expression twist in disgust before he delivered the words. "He's dead." She blinked, stunned, then reached between us as though searching for something solid to hold on to. I found her hand first and squeezed it. "What?" Her voice cracked. Where did you find him? In Chicago. They discovered him this morning, Alejandro answered. She hesitated, then asked the question lingering in her mind. Did you? Alejandro shook his head firmly. No. Lucia swallowed and nodded, one hand drifting instinctively to her stomach. You all right? I asked softly. Yeah, she whispered. It's just kind of a shock knowing he's really gone. That's understandable, and it's okay to feel sad, I told her, but she shook her head. I'm not sad. Not really. Does that make me a terrible person? No, Alejandro and I said at the same time. Tears welled in her eyes as she went on. I thought he was my friend, but all he ever did was use me. I tightened my grip on her hand, my heart breaking for her. He was just as cruel as my father and brothers, she added with a sniff, and I felt Alejandro tense beside me. Is it awful that I feel relieved? Relieved that he can't ever come after me or my baby again? Not awful at all, I said gently. It makes perfect sense. She gave a small nod and swiped her sleeve across her cheeks. Then, looking to Alejandro, she asked, What happened to him? Alejandro hesitated, his gaze flicking to mine before he spoke. He was found buried in cement. I flinched at the thought, but Lucia only frowned. Wow, do you know who did it? Not yet, Alejandro admitted. Any guesses? Lucia shook her head. He could be an idiot, but he wasn't careless. He usually avoided angering people dangerous enough to do something like that. Alejandro arched a brow at her, and she let out a humorless laugh. Trust me, if Blake had known Alana was your wife, he never would have touched her. He only ever targeted easy prey. Her words cut me deeply. The casual way she described herself that way, like she had already accepted it as part of her identity, broke something inside me. I held her hand tighter, silently wishing I could erase every wound life had given her. Well, you're not easy prey anymore, Alejandro told her with a wink. That earned him a wide smile. You want to finish the movie with me? She asked hopefully. It's really funny. I expected him to decline. Alejandro had no patience for teen comedies, barely watched TV at all, but to my surprise, he leaned back into the sofa and pulled me closer. Why not? I could use the distraction. I leaned into him, keeping one hand on his thigh while the other stayed linked with Lucia's. Before long, the three of us were laughing together at the silly movie. I glanced up at Alejandro, and when he winked back at me, I realized I had never loved him more than I did in that moment. Chapter 14. Alana. It had been nearly 2 weeks since my first visit to Dr. Kelly. She'd asked me back for additional tests a few days later, and now all that was left was waiting for the results. I tried to keep myself busy at the shelter and spending time with Lucia. Honestly, she was easy to live with, never caused any problems, and her company helped keep me grounded, especially since Alejandro had been tied up with work nonstop. I was stretched out by the pool with a book when my phone rang. It was Dr. Kelly. Her voice was calm but direct. The results were in, and she wanted Alejandro and me to come in that morning. Of course, I agreed, but as soon as I hung up, my stomach flipped. If she wanted to see me in person, it couldn't be good news, right? If everything was fine, surely she could have just said so over the phone, or maybe that was just protocol. Maybe they always did things face to face. My hands shook as I called Alejandro. Hey, Princessa, he answered, his voice low and gravelly, the kind of tone that usually left me weak. Hi, Dr. Kelly called. She has my results. She wants us both to come in this morning. Can you make it? Of course. I'll rearrange things, he said without hesitation. Thank you, I whispered, my voice unsteady. Everything will be all right, Princessa, no matter what, he reassured me. Okay, I breathed. I'll pick you up at 11. Does that work? Yes, I'll confirm with her. Te quiero, Alana. I love you too, Alex. A little later, I sat in Dr. Kelly's office, Alejandro's hand clasped tightly around mine. I struggled to process her words. It may be very difficult for you to conceive naturally, Alana. Everything else blurred after that. Alejandro was asking questions, listening carefully as Dr. Kelly explained fertility options and treatments. But my mind kept circling back to one thought. I might never be able to give my husband the child he wanted, the heir his family expected. The very thing I'd believed was the foundation of our marriage. By the time we stepped back out into the sunlight half an hour later, I was still in a daze. Alejandro kept my hand in his gaze filled with concern, and somehow that only made the guilt worse. This wasn't his fault, it was mine. My body was the one failing us. "Let's go home," he said gently. "We can do something nice, a hike, maybe a movie." I shook my head. "No, you've got meetings all day, go back to the hotel." "Alana, I'm not heading to work while you're this upset." "Why aren't you more upset?" I snapped, my voice sharper than I intended. "Of course I'm upset," he said, frowning, "but we just found this out. It's too soon to panic. We have plenty of options." "But none of them are guaranteed," I muttered, fighting back tears. He wrapped his arm around me and kissed the top of my head. "There's no rush, Princesa. We don't have to make any decisions yet. Just let me take you home." "No," I shook my head again. "I need to go to the shelter. We're planning a big fundraiser. I can't fall apart now." He studied me, concern etched across his face. "I want to work," I insisted. "It'll help me keep my mind busy. You go to your meetings. I'll see you tonight." He didn't like it, but he nodded and called Hugo over. "You and Hank take Alana to the shelter." "Of course, boss," Hugo said, heading back toward the car. Alejandro turned to me. For a second, I thought he might hug me. Instead, he just touched my arm lightly. "I'll be home for dinner, okay?" I forced a smile. "Okay, see you later." Hours later, I sat at my desk at the shelter, still reeling from the news. I'd thrown myself into calls and planning for the fundraiser, but concentration was impossible. What I really wanted was to be with Alejandro, to hear him say that none of this changed us, that I was still enough, that we were still enough. I sighed, annoyed with myself for not just taking his offer to spend the afternoon together. Across from me, Hugo shifted in his chair. The poor guy had been sitting in my office for hours without a break. "You feel like calling it early today?" I asked. He raised an eyebrow. "What are you plotting?" "Could you take me to the hotel? I'll wait in the suite until Alejandro's done. Then you could go see your mom. I know she's still recovering." He hesitated. "I'd have to walk you up to the suite." "I'd expect nothing less," I smiled, and he cracked a small grin. "All right then, whenever you're ready." I shut down my computer, grabbed my purse, and stood. "I'm ready now." 45 minutes later, Hugo and I arrived outside Alejandro's suite. 4 armed guards stood watch in the hall. "Is the boss inside?" Hugo asked. "Yeah, he's with his father," one guard confirmed. "I'll just see Mrs. Montoya in," Hugo said. They stepped aside, nodding politely as I walked past. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Montoya." "Thanks, Hugo. See you tomorrow," I said as I slipped into the suite and closed the door behind me. I hadn't seen Alejandro's father, Mateo, in weeks. I figured I'd greet him quickly, then let them finish their meeting while I waited in the suite. As I neared the office, I realized the door was open, their voices carrying out into the hall. "So you're telling me she can't even have children?" Mateo's voice was sharp, dismissive. "I'm sorry, mijijo, but it looks like I chose you a defective model." "Papa," Alejandro snapped. "What?" "I never would have agreed to her if we'd known. She tricked you. Tell me, hijo, what good is a wife to this family if she can't provide an heir?" I froze, my heart thudding in my chest. Every instinct told me to turn away, but I couldn't. I stood there, waiting, hoping for my husband to defend me, to tell his father he was wrong, that my worth was more than my ability to have children. But silence followed. Then Mateo's voice again. "Your mother will be devastated. You should find someone who can give us the grandchildren this family needs." The sting in my chest was unbearable. Tears burned my eyes as I turned and rushed back down the hall. I paused at the front door, forcing myself to wipe my face and plaster on a smile. Alejandro's guards would never let me leave if they saw me breaking down. "Everything all right, Mrs. Montoya?" one asked. "Yes, everything's fine," I lied smoothly. "Mr. Montoya just asked me to wait in the bar downstairs until he's done." "I'll escort you." "No need," I cut in quickly. "He asked Hugo and Hank to meet me at the elevator. You should stay here with Mr. Montoya and his father." The guard hesitated, then nodded, pressing the elevator button for me. As soon as I reached the lobby, I kept walking, not daring to stop. One of the hotel's security men approached, but I told him my team was waiting outside. Stepping into the sunlight, I inhaled shakily, searching the street as my chest tightened. I didn't know exactly what I was going to do, only that I needed to get as far away from this place, from them, as possible. A cab was idling at the curb. I climbed in. "Where to, miss?" the driver asked. I hesitated only a moment before answering. "LAX, please." And I sank back into the seat, fighting the tears I could no longer hold back.
Chapter 15. Alejandro. I stared at the man I'd admired more than anyone in my life, my father, and wondered what had gotten into him. When I'd shared the news about Alana and me, I had expected guidance, maybe even comfort. Instead, he'd launched into a brutal tirade about how worthless she supposedly was now. I let him rant. That was his style, dominating with words, wearing people down until they bent to his will. But when he finally stopped, I rose from behind my desk. "Are you finished insulting my wife?" I growled. His eyes hardened. "Watch your tone, mijijo," he warned. "No, Papa, I will not," I snapped. "How dare you come into my office and speak about her like that? She's crushed by this news, and instead of support, you want to tear her down? If you can't stand by her 100%, then stay away from both of us." "Alejandro," he hissed, "I am your father. Right now, you're just another man insulting the woman I love. So unless you've got something useful to say, get out." He glared at me, his nostrils flaring, and for a moment I thought he might strike me. But instead, he turned on his heel and stormed out. I left the suite a short while later, deciding to cancel the rest of my meetings. I needed to get home to Alana, to check on her, to hold her, and if I was being honest, to steady myself too. "Evening, boss," Lorenzo, one of my guards, greeted. "Heading to the bar?" "Number straight home," I replied, pressing the elevator button. He frowned. "But Mrs. Montoya said you'd asked her to wait for you there." I froze. "What?" "When she left earlier, she told me you asked her to wait for you in the bar," he stammered, his Adam's apple bobbing. My pulse spiked. "My wife was here?" "Yes, boss." "When?" "About 2 hours ago. She left just before your father." Panic surged through me. "And you let her just walk out? Alone?" I roared. "She said Hugo and Hank were waiting for her," he stuttered. "Call the bar now. Check if she's there," I barked, pulling out my phone and dialing her number, straight to voicemail. "Damn it!" I hissed, immediately calling Hugo. He answered quickly. "Everything all right, boss?" "That depends. Is Alana with you?" "No," he said, just as Lorenzo shook his head. "No sign of her at the bar either." I inhaled deeply, trying to convince myself she was safe. Maybe she just needed space and had gone back home. "I dropped her off at your suite. I saw her inside before I left," Hugo said, his voice tense with guilt. "It's your job to protect her," I snapped. "If she's not with me or inside the house, then she's your responsibility. How could you just leave her like that?" "I'll head back to the hotel right now. I'll find her. Number check the shelter, anywhere else she might go. And pray we find her safe, Hugo. Pray hard." "Of course, boss." I hung up, fury boiling, and turned on Lorenzo. Grabbing him by the throat, I slammed him against the wall. "How could you let her just walk out, especially with the Ortegas circling? What the hell am I paying you for?" He gasped, clutching at my grip. "I'm sorry, boss, but she said—" "I don't care what she said." I squeezed harder. Your job is to protect me and my family. She is my family. If anything happens to her, I released him, watching him gasp for air. I raked both hands through my hair, heart hammering, adrenaline coursing through me like fire. A hand clapped my shoulder. I spun around, ready to strike, but it was Jack's. Easy, amigo, he said. What's going on? Hours later, I was pacing my office like a caged animal. Alana wasn't at the house, not at the hotel, not at the shelter. Her phone was off. Security footage showed her leaving the hotel and climbing into a cab. And every lead I had turned into nothing. Even Lucia hadn't answered my calls. I had men searching every possible place she could be. Jack sat nearby, watching me unravel. Just as I was about to suggest we go out and tear the city apart ourselves, my phone rang. It's Lucia, I muttered, relief flashing through me. At last, someone who might know something. Hey, Alejandro, she answered casually. Sorry, I was napping. My phone was on silent. Everything okay? Have you seen Alana? Number, but she texted me a couple hours ago. What did it say? Hang on, I didn't read it yet, she admitted. A pause followed as she checked her phone. Here it is. She wrote, Hey, sweetie. I'm going away for a couple of days. Alejandro and Magda will look after you. Take care of yourself and the baby. I'll call tomorrow. That's all? I demanded. Yes, she said, her voice sharp. What's going on, Alejandro? Why is she gone? What did you do? She got some bad news earlier, I muttered. She just needs space. Then why didn't she tell you where she was going? She's angry. At me. At everything. Well, there's only one place she'd run off to for a few days, Lucia said with an exasperated sigh. Where? Back to New York, she said matter-of-factly. Even without saying it, I could hear the obvious idiot in her tone. Of course. New York. Why hadn't I realized sooner? Listen, I said firmly. If she contacts you again, tell me immediately. I will, she said, and then her voice softened. Alejandro, please bring her home soon. I will. Bye, Lucia. I ended the call, looking at Jax. She might be in New York. Contact our people at LAX. See if she boarded a flight. Got it, Jax said, pulling out his phone. But if she's there, where would she stay? Not with her parents, right? No, I shook my head. She wouldn't go back to them. But she had a friend, Kelsey. They lived in the same Manhattan building. I'm on it, Jax replied, already dialing. He gave me a hard look. We'll have her back within 24 hours, amigo. Count on it.
Chapter 16. Alana. I stood in the hallway, the one I knew so well, and a wave of nostalgia mixed with sadness hit me hard. I had missed this place deeply, yet somehow it didn't feel like mine anymore. After a short pause, I exhaled and pressed the doorbell. A few seconds later, the door opened, and there she was. That familiar smile, those bright green eyes, it all came rushing back. Alana, oh my God, what are you doing here? Kelsey, my best friend, practically screamed as she flung her arms around me, squeezing tight. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I felt tears prick the corners of my eyes. The truth was too heavy to explain in one sentence. I sniffled and pulled away gently. It was kind of a last-minute thing, I muttered with a shrug. Her expression shifted in an instant. Worry softened her face. Come inside. I stepped into her tiny apartment. It looked just like the one I used to live in. Standing there, I realized how much I missed my new life too. Without warning, the tears started falling. Alana, she said gently, guiding me to her worn-out sofa. Talk to me. What's going on? I wiped my face with the back of my hand, trying to collect myself. It's a lot. There's so much to explain. She gave me a warm smile. Then how about I pour us both a big glass of wine and you start from the top? I nodded, smiling back. Being here with her felt grounding. I had missed her like crazy, even though I hadn't stayed in touch the way I should have. Life in LA had completely swallowed me. At first, I didn't want her to know that my marriage wasn't exactly romantic. It was a deal, a setup. Then Alejandro happened and everything got complicated. Somewhere in that mess, I lost track of our friendship, and I hated that. I'm sorry I haven't called more, Kels. She waved it off. Please, I haven't exactly been blowing up your phone either. We've always got each other's backs, no matter what. And let's be real. You married a billionaire. I didn't expect an invite to the penthouse anytime soon, she said, laughing. Now sit down and let me grab that wine. Half an hour later, I had spilled everything about Lucia, about Alejandro, and even the doctor's visit earlier that day. Kelsey sat through it all, quietly listening, offering tissues and topping off my glass when needed. Damn, she said, shaking her head. Sounds like it's been one hell of a ride these past 6 months. I laughed through the tears. You could say that. So you just hopped on a flight to New York without telling anyone? I nodded. Pretty much. I texted Lucia to let her know I needed some space. I figured she'd tell Alejandro, but I couldn't bring myself to call him. Still can't. I glanced at my purse where my phone sat silent, still powered off. Do you think I made a mistake? Kelsey raised her hands. Only you can answer that. You were overwhelmed. Coming here makes sense. You needed your best friend. But she hesitated, then sighed. From what you've told me about Alejandro, I doubt he's going to be cool with getting a message through someone else. Maybe it's worth calling him? I bit my lip, eyeing my purse again. I don't know. I'm still so mad at him. Kelsey nodded. And honestly, you have every right to be. Letting his dad say those things about you, that's not okay. But, I asked again, part of me just wanted her to agree with me completely, no questions asked. But Kelsey's always been the kind of friend who sees all sides, even when I don't want her to. Well, she said slowly, maybe he did speak up after you left. Maybe he's hurting too. That doesn't excuse it, but it sounds like he really cares about you. Maybe give him a chance to explain? I will, when I've cooled off and I'm not feeling like an emotional train wreck. Kelsey smirked. And after he's had a little time to sweat it out? I raised my glass with a grin. That part's just a bonus. Whether it was the wine, the venting, or just being back with Kelsey, I could finally breathe again. Things still felt messy, but at least now they didn't feel impossible.
Chapter 17. Alejandro. Jack slipped his phone back into his pocket, a slight grin tugging at his lips. Looks like your girl caught the 4:15 flight to JFK, my man. Damn it, I muttered under my breath. My gut twisted at the thought of her heading toward that manipulative excuse for a father. I doubted she'd go see him, but I couldn't be sure. Just the thought of that man made my blood boil. Samuel, I called out, raising my voice so it echoed through the hall. My assistant rushed in almost immediately. Yes, sir? Call the hangar. Get the jet prepped for takeoff. Destination, New York. I want it ready as soon as possible. Without missing a beat, he nodded. Right away. And get Hugo on the line. Tell him to meet us there. Since he helped stir this mess up, he can help clean it too. Samuel gave another quick nod and disappeared down the hall. I turned to Jax. Think you can dig up everything on this Kelsey? Full name, address, the works, before we land? He shot me a look like I'd insulted him. Man, come on. You know who you're talking to. I bit my lip, tension building. Jax stood and clapped a hand on my shoulder, giving it a quick squeeze. She's all right, bro. Give it 8 hours. She'll be back in your arms. I nodded, though the knot in my chest didn't loosen. I wouldn't feel settled until I saw her with my own eyes. She had to have overheard that conversation with my father. That's the only thing that made sense. And if that's what she caught, then she left before hearing me kick him out. What must she think of me? I clenched my jaw hard enough to feel the strain. She didn't even say goodbye. Not a single word, just gone. No matter how angry or hurt she was, disappearing across the country like that, it cut deep. "Want me to pull the car around front?" Jax asked, snapping me out of my spiral. "Yeah," I replied, my voice distant. 5 minutes. "Meet us downstairs," he said before heading out. I pulled my phone from my jacket and dialed Lucia. "You found her?" she asked immediately. "She's in New York. Told you she'd run." "I'm flying out now. I'll have her back by morning. Don't leave the house." "What? Can't I come?" "No," I said firmly. She sighed loud enough to rattle the speaker. I knew she was worried too, but I couldn't predict what kind of state Alana would be in when I got there. The last thing I needed was extra complications. "I'll bring her back before you even wake up," I promised. "Fine," she snapped, her tone sharp. "But if you break her heart, I swear—" "What the hell, Lucia?" I interrupted, irritated. "You really think I'd hurt her?" "I meant emotionally, genius. I didn't think you were going to throw hands or anything." I exhaled, shaking my head. "I'm not doing that either." "Good. Then I'll see both of you tomorrow."
Chapter 18. Alana. It was creeping up on 2 a.m. and Kelsey and I were still talking nonstop since I'd arrived. She was telling me about another one of her hilarious dating fails when my stomach made an embarrassingly loud noise. She burst out laughing. "Oh my God, I forgot to feed you." "You don't need to feed me. I'm not your pet," I laughed, shaking my head. "Yeah, but you've got to be starving. I seriously have nothing in the kitchen. Let's order a pizza." "Now? It's 2 in the morning. This is New York, sweetheart." "Oh, right. Tony's on the corner." "Exactly. I'll place the order. Ham and pineapple?" "Yes, please. And fries. Suddenly I'm starving too." 20 minutes later, a knock came at the door. "Wow, Tony's gotten faster since I left," I joked. Kelsey leapt off the couch. "Food," she growled dramatically, grabbing her wallet and heading into the hallway. Not long after, I heard the door open, followed by voices. She popped her head back into the room with a raised eyebrow. Not to freak you out, but I think your husband's here." "What?" "There are 3 guys in suits out there asking for you, and yeah, one of them looks like he's about to explode." I felt my stomach drop. Was steam coming out of his ears? "Pretty much." "Then that's him," I groaned. I don't think he's leaving without talking to you. Should I let them in?" I hesitated. Part of me wanted to run and hide, but I knew Alejandro. There was no way he was walking out of this building without me. "I mean, I could tell them to get lost," Kelsey joked, "but I like my front door." "Let them in," I sighed. "It's going to be okay," she said with a comforting smile. A few seconds later, the door opened again and I heard low voices. I stood and wiped my hands on my jeans, nerves kicking in. Then Hugo and Jax entered. "Great," he brought back up. A moment later, Alejandro stepped in behind them. He looked unreal. Tailored suit, crisp white shirt, jaw clenched. He was furious and, yes, unfairly hot. His eyes locked on me, burning with frustration. "Hello, Alana," he said, voice low and sharp. "How did you even find me so fast?" I asked. "You didn't plant a tracker on me, did you?" He didn't find that funny, but Jax clearly did, chuckling as he settled onto the couch. Alejandro wasn't amused. His glare stayed locked on me. "Can we talk in private?" "You can use my room," Kelsey offered. I shot her a look. She gave me an apologetic shrug. "After you, princess," Alejandro said, turning toward the hallway. I followed him into Kelsey's room. As soon as the door closed behind us, he stepped forward. Fast, intense. His hands caught my waist, his presence overwhelming. The room felt too small, like he filled it entirely. Before I could speak, he pulled me into a kiss. It was deep, urgent, and full of everything he couldn't say with words. I kissed him back just as fiercely. I didn't mean to. It just happened. My body responded to him instinctively. When he finally pulled back, his forehead pressed against mine, his breathing uneven. His voice was low, hoarse. "Don't run from me like that again." "I just needed some space," I whispered. I left a message. I said I'd be back in a few days. Do you have any idea what you put me through? What Lucia felt? I bit my lip, feeling the guilt settle in. I didn't think. I just needed to be around someone who's always accepted me. We had a rough day, I get it, but when things go bad, you don't run. You face them together. That's what a real relationship means. "But you didn't marry me for love," I said quietly. "You wanted a family, and now I can't even give you that." His entire expression darkened. "What did you just say?" "I heard your father," I whispered. "He called me useless and—" "You didn't correct him." His jaw tightened. "So you heard him, but you didn't stick around to hear me throw him out of my office? That man has always commanded respect. But the moment he crossed a line with you, I ended it." I stared at him, throat tight. "Do you really think your only worth to me is having a child?" he asked. I didn't answer. He stepped back slightly, still furious, but trying to calm himself. "We got married for one reason, but we're still married for another. I don't care about any of that, Alana. If I can't have you, nothing else matters." I sat down on the edge of the bed, feeling the weight of everything we'd both said. "I was scared," I admitted. "I don't know if I'll ever be able to have a baby." And that thought, it crushed me. He sat beside me. "There are other ways to become parents. You don't need to carry everything alone." "I want to be everything you need." "You already are," he said. "You're more than enough." He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "Can we go home now?" he asked gently. I hesitated, chewing on my bottom lip. He looked frustrated again and shook his head. "It kills me that you thought I'd stand there and let someone insult you, especially him." "Well, it wasn't just anyone," I replied softly. "It was your father. I know how close you are to your family." He let out a slow breath and looked at me, eyes fierce. "I would go to war for my father, but I would die for you." He leaned in and kissed me. This time it was soft, quiet, but it spoke volumes. "Te quiero, princesa. You're everything to me." "I love you too," I said, tears stinging my eyes. "I've got a jet waiting, but I swear if I have to, I'll put you in the car and drive us across the country." "The plane will do," I said with a small smile. "Good." He pulled me into a hug and kissed my forehead. "Are you going to punish me for running off?" I teased gently. "I should," he said in my hair, "but I won't, if you promise not to do it again, ever, and promise to never think you're anything less than my entire world." "I promise." We left the room a few minutes later, walking back to the living room. "We might as well eat," I heard Jack say. "They'll be locked away for hours." "Oi," Alejandro called out, laughing as he gave Jax a friendly punch. "Let's get moving." "Wait a minute," Kelsey said, standing up. "You're just gonna show up, grab my best friend, and take her away in the middle of the night?" Alejandro glanced at his watch. "We've got 2 hours before our flight window closes. Lucia's waiting." "Sorry, Kels," I said. "You sure you want to go?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at Alejandro. "Because I've got no problem calling the cops if this is a kidnapping." Alejandro tensed, confused by her sarcasm. "Yes, I'm sure," I laughed, "but I'll miss you." He glanced between us, then said, "Why don't you come with us?" "What?" we both said at once. "You can stay for a few days, plenty of room." "She has a job," I said quickly. "I've got vacation time," Kelsey said with a shrug. "And after today, they owe me." "What happened?" I asked. "I'll fill you in on the plane," Jax cut in. "I've got a hot date I don't want to miss." "Please come," I said to Kelsey. "I'm in," she squealed and ran off to grab her things. "Thank you," I whispered to Alejandro. "My pleasure, princesa," he said, wrapping his arm around me. 20 minutes later, we were in the car. Jax took the front. Hugo and Kelsey claimed the back. Alejandro held out his hand to me. Only one seat left, his lap. "Really?" I raised an eyebrow. "No extra seats?" "I wasn't expecting a guest," he smirked, "so it's me or Hugo." "I'm okay with that," Kelsey joked, winking at Hugo. He chuckled. I climbed into Alejandro's lap and he wrapped his arms around me. Kelsey looked around the vehicle wide-eyed. "You guys have a private jet?" "We have 2, Alejandro said smoothly. Why 2? In case one breaks down. Kelsey grinned. Okay, well, now I expect to be flown to LA every time I take a vacation. If that's what the ladies want, Alejandro said, leaning back with a smile. 30 minutes into the flight, he took my hand and motioned toward the back. Everyone else was either asleep or deep in conversation. He led me to a small bedroom tucked in the back of the jet. There's a bedroom on here? I laughed. Of course, he said with a glint in his eye. Can you think of a better way to spend a flight? I blushed and stepped inside. Chapter 19. Alana. As soon as the wheels hit the runway, both Alejandro and Jax powered on their phones. The second their screens lit up, the alerts came flooding in. Missed calls, message notifications, the works. They exchanged a look. Something was wrong. Before either of them could say a word, Alejandro's phone started ringing in his hand. Hola, he answered quickly, holding the phone to his ear. I couldn't hear the voice on the other end, but I watched his face drain of color in real time. My stomach twisted as dread sank deep in my chest. We're coming right away, Mama, he said softly. Si, te quiero. Then he hung up. He turned to face me, his expression calm but tight. My pulse spiked, bracing for bad news. My father's been shot, he said flatly. He's in intensive care. What? I gasped, my hand flying to my mouth. Shot? Who the hell did it? Jack snapped, just as his own phone started ringing. Kelsey sat frozen beside him, her hand automatically reaching for Hugo's. Alejandro shook his head. I don't know yet. He looked at Jax. Find out everything you can. Then his eyes flicked toward Kelsey and he stopped himself from saying more. Jax gave him a sharp nod. I'm on it. Alejandro turned to Hugo. Can you take Kelsey back to the house? Then, to me, his eyes softened. You're coming to the hospital with me? Of course. Thank you, he murmured, then glanced back to Kelsey. Sorry, your first time in LA has to be like this. Hugo will take care of you. No need to apologize, Kelsey replied gently. I just hope your father pulls through. I squeezed Alejandro's hand, and he gave mine a squeeze back. Outside LAX, 3 vehicles were already waiting. One for Alejandro and me, one for Jax, who hadn't stopped pacing with his phone since we landed, and one to take Kelsey and Hugo home. Alejandro and I climbed into the back of Jacob's car. He was silent, staring out the window as the city passed us by in a blur. I held onto his hand tightly, threading my fingers through his. He brought our joint hand to his says. His lips and kissed my knuckles, just a small tender gesture, but it lit something inside me even through the anxiety. His mother had told him that his father had been ambushed that morning on his way to meet Alejandro at the hotel, back when we were still in New York. The bullet had hit his chest and the doctors were doing everything they could to keep him alive. When we reached the hospital, we were met by Alejandro's mom, Maria, and his uncles, Felipe and Carlos. As soon as she saw her son walk through the doors, Maria's expression crumbled. Mama, Alejandro said as he stepped toward her, releasing my hand and pulling her into a hug. Oh, my son, she sobbed into his shoulder. He kissed the top of her head. He's going to make it. Papa's the strongest man I know. She nodded, clinging to him, her face buried in his chest. Alejandro looked up and locked eyes with his uncles. Their expressions were heavy. Rage, grief, and something colder. Calculation. Alejandro gave them a subtle nod before gently easing his mother back. I'm going to speak with the doctors, he said. Alana will stay with you. Maria stepped aside, letting him go. I wrapped an arm around her shoulder and she leaned into me, heavy with worry. Let's sit down, I said quietly, guiding her to a nearby bench. As I settled beside her, I watched Alejandro walk down the corridor, flanked by his uncles, and I knew without a doubt that he wasn't just going to talk to doctors. This wasn't just a hospital visit. This was the beginning of something bigger, something dangerous. Mateo Montoya had been targeted, and I could feel it in the air. Whatever peace existed in Alejandro's world, it had just been shattered. And my husband? He was already preparing for war.
Chapter 20. Alejandro. Hospitals have always made my skin crawl. The sharp smell of disinfectant, the blinding lights, the overwhelming silence pierced only by soft beeping or muffled cries. It's like the walls themselves carry the weight of every heartbreak and loss that's ever passed through. As we moved quickly down the hallway, I turned to my uncles. "What exactly happened?" I demanded, keeping my voice low but firm. It was Uncle Philip who responded. My parents had been in town for a short visit, staying at his place with Aunt Rachel. "He rushed out of the house early this morning," Philippe said. "Didn't wait for security, wouldn't let anyone ride with him. Said he was driving himself. At a stop sign, someone pulled up on the side and opened fire. Shot him point blank. The shooter was on a motorcycle, which was later found abandoned a few blocks away." "Any leads?" I asked, my tone sharp. Carlos stepped in, frustration in his voice. "Leads? Where were you this morning, Alejandro? What was so urgent that your father left unprotected just to reach your hotel?" I clenched my jaw. "I was in New York." Carlos's eyes narrowed. "New York? While all hell is breaking loose here in LA? "I went after Alana," I admitted. He scoffed. "So you were chasing your girl while your father was nearly killed?" I snapped, my voice cutting through the corridor. "Watch your mouth. Don't ever disrespect my wife." Carlos didn't flinch. If she hadn't run off, maybe none of this would have happened. I stepped in fast, grabbing him by the collar and slamming him back against the wall before I even realized what I was doing. We were face to face, the tension between us burning hot. "You've got one more chance to shut your mouth," I warned, voice low and dangerous. "Put her on a leash, Alejandro," he spat. My fist pulled back, ready to strike, but Philippe grabbed my arm before I could throw the punch. "Not here. Not now," he said quietly but firmly. That one calm sentence pulled me back. I let Carlos go and stepped away. He straightened his jacket, glaring as if daring me to try again. Felipe exhaled and turned the focus back to what mattered. "We don't have anything solid yet, but considering the recent tension with the Ortegas, they're at the top of the list." "I've thought the same," I said, nodding. "But this hit doesn't feel like their usual style." "Exactly," Philippe agreed. "Jax is already digging," I added. "He's at the hotel now, checking everything. We'll get answers." Felipe placed a hand on my shoulder. "I know you will. Your father raised you to be a leader. He'd be proud of how you're handling this." Carlos snorted in disagreement, not even trying to hide it. And maybe he wasn't entirely wrong. The guilt hit me hard. What if Papa didn't make it? What if the last conversation we ever had was me yelling at him, telling him to leave my office? No matter what happened next, I needed him to survive. Because I wasn't sure I could live with myself if he didn't. Chapter 21. Alejandro. 2 hours had passed. I sat in the dim hospital waiting room beside Alana, my mother, and my uncles. The silence was thick, each of us lost in our own thoughts, when the door creaked open and a surgeon walked in, still wearing scrubs. I immediately rose to my feet. Behind me, I heard my mother gasp, bracing herself for the worst. "Mr. Montoya?" The surgeon addressed me. I met his eyes, trying to prepare for whatever came next, afraid it would be the kind of news that changes everything. "Your father made it through the operation," he said, calm but direct. "He's stable." Relief hit the room like a wave. My mother nearly collapsed with it. She moved beside me and grasped the surgeon's hands tightly. "Thank you. Thank you so much," she whispered through tears. I wrapped an arm around her shoulders. He's in recovery now, the surgeon added. You can visit briefly, but he'll be unconscious for at least 12 hours. He needs time to rest. Thank you, doctor, I said quietly. He gave me a nod. Your father's a fighter, he said before turning and walking out. 20 minutes later, I was standing at my father's bedside. My mother and uncles had taken their turn first. Then Alana had come in with me but stepped out a few minutes ago to give me space. I stood there in silence, staring down at the man who had always seemed larger than life. Now, hooked up to monitors, tubes running from his arms, he looked smaller somehow, vulnerable. And for the first time I could remember, breakable. If I'd been here, if I hadn't left town, could I have stopped this? The doctors said he was stable, but recovery would be long and uncertain. Weeks, maybe months. And even then, there were no promises that he'd return to the man we knew. That realization hit me hard. I knew what this meant. It was time to step up, to carry the weight he'd always carried. And I wasn't sure I was ready. Our relationship had never been smooth. He kept his distance, taught me what I needed to know, but never got too close. He was there when it truly mattered, but he'd never been the day-to-day kind of father. As a kid, that left me confused, angry sometimes. He used to say my mother and I were his greatest weakness. Back then, I didn't get it. Now I did. Loving someone means handing the world your heart, exposed and unguarded. Having Alana taught me that, and maybe that's what finally bridged the gap between my father and me. Maybe he saw that I finally understood. I sat down beside him and reached for his hand. It felt warm in mine, familiar, yet smaller than I remembered. Maybe the last time I held his hand, I was a boy, and he felt like a giant then, untouchable. But now he was just a man. I brought his knuckles to my lips. I'm sorry, Papa, I whispered, but I promise you I'm going to find the one who did this, and when I do, they'll pay in ways they never thought possible. The heat built in my chest, replacing the sorrow. The time for guilt was over. Now, it was time for action.
Chapter 22. Alana. Since leaving the hospital, Alejandro had barely spoken to me. The doctors advised us all to go home, get some rest, and return in the morning to check on Mateo. Even though Alejandro urged her to stay with us, his mother chose to return to his Uncle Felipe's house. She and Rachel, Felipe's wife, were as close as sisters. I figured she needed that comfort, and maybe she didn't want to burden Dro any more than he already was. The air between us was thick with tension. Carlos, Alejandro's other uncle, had been looking at me like I didn't belong there. I couldn't help but wonder, did they all know that Alejandro and his father had argued about me? That I'd run off to New York? Worse, did they blame me for Mateo getting hurt? Maybe they thought none of this would have happened if Alejandro hadn't been chasing after me. Maybe Alejandro was thinking the same thing. I knew their last conversation had been heated. Was he haunted by it now, unsure if those words might have been the last? I glanced at him as we pulled up to the house. He looked like he was carrying the weight of the world, and maybe he was. My chest ached for him. I'd run when I should have stayed, acted on emotion instead of reason. And now everything felt like it was collapsing. As the car stopped, I could almost feel the heat of Alejandro's anger. It radiated off him like a furnace. Jacob opened the door and I stepped out. Waiting on the porch were Lucia, Kelsey, and Hugo. I'd nearly forgotten Kelsey was still here, my best friend who had flown out for a quick getaway and landed in the middle of a storm. As Alejandro reached the front step, Lucia immediately wrapped her arms around him. "I'm glad Mateo's gonna be okay," she said quietly. "Thanks, kid," he replied, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Then she stepped back and looked at me. The fury in her expression caught me completely off guard. Without saying a word, she turned and stormed into the house. I blinked confused. What just happened? Alejandro didn't hesitate. "What did you expect, Alana?" he snapped. "She's furious, and she should be. You're the closest thing she's got to family, and the second things got hard, you disappeared. No warning, no goodbye. Just gone. She been let down her whole life, and you added yourself to that list." Then he walked past me and disappeared into his office, leaving me standing there in silence, stunned. He was right. The tears came before I could stop them, but Kelsey stepped in and gently pulled me into her side. "Come on, babe," she said softly. "Let's get you inside. Let him cool off." I wiped my face and gave her a grateful smile. "Thanks, Kels, but I need to talk to Lucia. I have to make this right." "Okay, Hugo and I will be in the garden," she said, linking her arm through his. He looked startled, clearly unprepared for Kelsey's energy. She was intense when she cared, and Hugo looked like he'd just realized he was in deep. "Actually, the boss probably needs me," he said awkwardly. Kelsey gave an exaggerated sigh. "Fine, I'll just go to the garden solo then," she said with a smile and walked toward the French doors. As Hugo and I walked through the hallway, he glanced over. "You okay?" "I think so," I said. "I'm more worried about Alejandro, honestly." "He's dealing with a lot," Hugo nodded. "But so are you, and Lucia's been pacing this place waiting for you to come home." "I know," I said. "Alejandro was right. I shouldn't have left." "Don't beat yourself up. Sometimes we do what we need to in the moment," he said kindly. "Thanks, Hugo." "Anytime. Now I should go find him." I nodded. "Yeah, I'll find Lucia." I checked the usual spots, her favorite nook in the den, the kitchen. Finally, I found her in her bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the bed, flipping through a magazine. The door was open, but I knocked lightly before stepping inside. "Hey, sweetheart, can we talk?" She didn't look up. "Whatever." I walked in and sat beside her. "I'm really sorry I left the way I did. It wasn't right." "You don't owe me anything," she said with a shrug, still not looking at me. "Do what you want." I swallowed hard. This wasn't going to be easy. "Maybe you think I don't owe you an apology, but I still want to give you one. And an explanation, if you'll let me." She looked up, expression unreadable. "Go ahead." "You remember those tests I had at the doctor's?" She nodded. "Yeah?" "Well, yesterday, Dr. Kelly told me I'll probably have a really hard time getting pregnant naturally." Her eyes softened. I didn't take the news well, I admitted. It made me question everything. Who I was, what kind of woman I'd be if I couldn't have a baby. "That doesn't define you," she cut in sharply. "Being able to have kids doesn't make you more or less of a woman." "I know," I said, smiling gently, "and I love that you know that too, but in that moment, I just lost it. I didn't think clearly. I also overheard part of a conversation that upset me. I misunderstood it, and it triggered a whole wave of thoughts I've carried for a long time about not being enough." Lucia's gaze stayed steady. "Yeah, I know that feeling." "It's awful," I said. "We're stronger than people give us credit for. The sad part is we forget that ourselves." She nodded. "You, Lucia, are one of the strongest people I've ever known," I said, reaching for her hand. "Don't you ever forget that." She squeezed my fingers. "So are you." I smiled through misty eyes. "You really think so?" "You've got the king of LA wrapped around your finger," she giggled. I laughed. "Don't let him hear that. He'd throw you out just for saying it." She burst out laughing harder. "Can you imagine his face?" Unfortunately, yes. When the laughter settled, I took a deep breath. "Lucia, I mean it. I'm sorry for leaving without talking to you first. I'll do whatever it takes to rebuild your trust. From now on, I'm here. Always. You can count on me, okay?" She gave me a warm smile. "Okay." I finally let out the breath I'd been holding. That moment of peace with her meant everything. Then she surprised me by throwing her arms around me and pulling me into a hug. "You're going to be a great mom someday," she whispered. Tears welled in my eyes as I held her tight. "Thank you, sweetheart." Chapter 23. Alana. After my conversation with Lucia, she, Kelsey, and I ended up spending a few hours in the garden. We talked, laughed, and swapped stories from our college days, most of which hilariously revolved around Kelsey, not me. For a while, it felt normal, peaceful. But even as I sat there enjoying their company, my thoughts kept drifting back to Alejandro. He'd been locked away in his office since we got home, and I couldn't help but wonder if I should check on him. Still, I had a feeling he needed the space. As evening settled in, Kelsey yawned loudly, reminding me we'd barely slept in the last 2 days. The light in Alejandro's office finally clicked off, and fatigue hit me all at once. "Please," Kelsey said with a stretch, "that guest room bed has been calling my name." Lucia stood and brushed off her jeans. "I've got some schoolwork to read through before Monday. They sent over a packet I should look at." "Sounds like a plan," I smiled. One of the conditions for Lucia staying with us was that she enroll in the local high school and commit to finishing the year, even if she was pregnant. She agreed, and honestly, I think part of her was happy to have some sense of routine again. A small slice of normal. I made my way to the bedroom, expecting to find it empty. Instead, Alejandro was already there, standing by the bed with his back to me. He was in the middle of changing, his shirt halfway off. I paused in the doorway, watching the white fabric slide down his broad back and over his arms before he tossed it into the hamper. The muscles in his shoulders tensed as he reached for his belt. Even with the tension between us, my breath caught. He heard me enter and turned his head slightly but said nothing. Not a word. That cold silence between us made the air feel heavy. I couldn't take it anymore. "Are you okay?" I asked, gently. He pulled the belt off with one quick motion and tossed it on the bed. The sound cracked in the quiet room. "You're thinking about the last thing you said to your dad, aren't you?" I asked, my heart beginning to race. "Alana, don't," he said sharply. "Don't what?" "Don't push me." "I'm not pushing, I'm asking. Or if that question's too much, then tell me this. Do you blame me for what happened between you and your father?" That's when he turned around, and the fire in his eyes was unmistakable. "No," he growled. "I will never forgive myself if those were the last words I say to him, but that's not on you. He shouldn't have said those things about you in the first place." I blinked, unsure how to respond. "Then why does it feel like you're angry with me?" "I'm not angry," he muttered, turning away again and unbuckling his pants. "It sure feels like you are." He stepped out of his slacks and tossed them onto the bed. "Really?" he snapped. "You want to do this now?" "Yes," I said, holding my ground. He walked toward me, expression tight. "Fine. If we're being honest, then yeah. I am angry. If I hadn't been flying across the damn country looking for you, I'd have been here, and my father would have been with me." His voice was rising with every word, and maybe, just maybe, he wouldn't be lying in a hospital bed right now, hooked up to machines, fighting for his life. The words hit hard. I took a step back. "I didn't ask you to chase after me," I said quietly. "I told you I just needed a few days." "Number you didn't," he shot back, shaking his head. "You ran, left without warning, sent some vague message to Lucia, and vanished. You didn't tell me anything, Alana. You left me wondering where you were, if you were even safe." Tears burned behind my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. He noticed. "Don't start crying," he said, his voice tired now. "I can't deal with that right now." He pulled off his boxers and climbed into bed, his back turned toward me. I stood there, unsure of what to do. Every instinct told me to crawl into bed next to him, to reach out, but the message was loud and clear. He didn't want me there. I exhaled shakily. Fine. Without saying another word, I left the room and made my way down the hall to find Kelsey. Chapter 24. Alana. About an hour later, Kelsey and I were curled up on her bed sharing a bag of peanut M&Ms. The TV was on, but neither of us was paying attention. We were too busy catching up on everything we'd missed in each other's lives. She was the perfect distraction from the mess with Alejandro. We were in the middle of laughing about the time she ditched a date at Central Park Zoo when a knock came at the door. We both froze, wide-eyed. I grabbed the remote and quickly muted the TV. If it was Alejandro, maybe he'd think we were asleep and walk away. "Alana," came his voice through the door, low and unmistakably serious. My heartbeat jumped. Neither of us said a word. "Don't make me come in there, princess," he warned, and I could hear the edge in his voice. I exhaled, sat up. "You don't have to go," Kelsey said, raising an eyebrow. "I'll totally handle him if you want me to." I smiled. Number I should. "Well, if you need backup, I'm just down the hall. 2 screams and I'm kicking down the door." 2? "Yeah. 1 scream could be hate sex. 2 means SOS, she said with a wink. I laughed and tossed a pillow at her. I could feel Alejandro's growing impatience on the other side of the door. I stood up and opened it. There he was. 6 feet of tension, muscle, and controlled anger. He didn't need to say a word. His expression made it clear I belonged in our bed, no matter how upset he was. "Night, Kels," I said quietly. "Good night, sweets. Good night, Alejandro," she said with a big grin. "Good night, Kelsey," he replied flatly as I stepped into the hallway and shut the door behind me. We didn't say a word as we walked to our room, but every step made my nerves twist tighter. I couldn't help but wonder, was this about forgiveness or was he still angry? Would tonight be different? Would he take out his frustration on me, not with words, but in other ways? The uncertainty had my stomach in knots as we stepped into the bedroom. He closed the door behind us and walked straight to the bed, slipping off his sweatpants and letting them fall to the floor. He stood there, completely bare. I stayed frozen, unsure of what to say or do. "Are you planning on sleeping fully dressed?" he said, his tone sharp. "No," I whispered, pulling down my jeans and tossing them aside. I peeled off my tank top and stood in my underwear, his eyes sweeping over me, dark, intense. I could already see the change in his expression. I reached behind me and unclasped my bra. It fell to the floor. My skin prickled under his gaze. I stepped closer, stopping just short of touching him. His scent hit me like a wave, comforting, familiar, and maddening all at once. He didn't move, just watched. But then, instead of touching me, he turned and got into bed. Laid back, arms behind his head. Silent. I slipped in beside him, unsure. I reached out, placed my hand on his chest. He stiffened. "Why did you ask me to come here if you're just going to ignore me?" "Because I can't sleep without you next to me," he said, voice low. "I'm sorry," I whispered. "For what?" "For running away." He didn't respond. "I mean it. I know I hurt you." After a pause, he spoke again, softer this time. "I believe you." I blinked. "Then why won't you touch me?" My voice cracked a little, and I quickly swallowed it down. "Don't you want me?" His jaw tightened. "You think I don't want you?" he said, turning toward me. "I've wanted you every second, but I'm still furious, and I don't want to lose control." "You never hurt me," I reminded him, "and you've never seen me truly angry," he said. "And that side of me, it's dangerous." I ran my hand down his chest, feeling the way his body tensed beneath my fingers. "Then show me," I whispered. He moved so fast I didn't have time to think. One moment I was lying beside him, the next he was over me, pinning me down, eyes locked on mine. "Don't tempt me, Alana." "I'm not afraid of you," I said. "You could never hurt me. Not like that." He leaned in, capturing my mouth in a kiss so intense it stole my breath. There was no hesitation, just hunger and heat. He grabbed both of my wrists and pinned them above my head, his grip firm. With his free hand, he pulled at my underwear, trying to slide them down without letting go. He shifted between my legs, breathing hard. My heart pounded as I felt him press against me, but then he stopped. Letting out a frustrated groan, he pushed himself up, grabbed both sides of the fabric, and tore it in one quick move. "I told you not to wear these in my house," he muttered, tossing them aside. He reached for my thighs, pushing them apart, pinning them down with force. I looked up at him, tense, fiery, and completely in control, and still, I wanted him. He leaned back over me, took my wrists again, and lowered himself between my legs. "Don't hold back," I breathed. "Believe me, I won't," he growled as he entered me. His pace was relentless, his movements sharp. He buried his face against my neck, murmuring in Spanish between kisses and bites. My body responded to his like it always had. immediate, intense. All the anger, all the emotion, it melted into the moment. The tension, the pain, the distance between us, gone. We moved together in a rhythm that felt like it belonged to something far deeper than lust. And when it ended, when we both collapsed, breathless and trembling, it was like the storm had passed. He pulled away without a word, walked into the bathroom. The sound of running water filled the quiet. I stayed in bed staring at the ceiling, trying to make sense of what just happened. Moments later, he returned, a damp cloth in hand. He sat down beside me, eyes softer now. "I think I bit you a little too hard," he said, gently brushing my hair back and dabbing the cloth against my neck. "I might have broken the skin." I reached up instinctively. I didn't even notice. My fingers brushed over a tender spot. No blood, but the imprint of his teeth was there. He looked guilty. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," I smiled. "Trust me, I've had worse." He hesitated. "I'm also sorry about earlier, about the things I said. I was out of line." I nodded. "I understand. You've been under so much pressure." "That's no excuse," he said. "None of this is your fault." I didn't take it personally. "But I meant what I said about you being my priority," he added. "Always." "You are mine too," I said, cupping his face. But you have to let me in. I can't help carry the weight if I don't know what's going on." He studied me, then finally lay back down, pulling me against him. "You really want to know about my world?" he asked. "Yes," I whispered, and he told me. Everything. When he finished, he looked down at me, waiting for my reaction. "Thank you," I said, "for trusting me." "It's not about trust," he replied. "I just thought keeping you out of it would keep you safe. But you're right. If anything ever happened to you," he trailed off. "Then teach me," I said. "I will," he nodded. "Tomorrow, Hugo will show you how to protect yourself, how to get out of situations if—" He stopped again. "Why can't you teach me?" I asked. He smirked. "Because if I start restraining you, Alana, we won't get through a single lesson." "Oh," I said, teasing. "And why's that?" "Because it ends with you begging for me," he said, voice low. "And me giving you everything you want." I smiled. "Maybe Lucia and Kelsey should join the training too. It might help them." "Good idea," he nodded. "That way, I won't have to worry about you and Hugo rolling around alone in the gym." I pushed his chest. "You're ridiculous." "I'm possessive. You love it," he grinned, pulling me closer. "You're mine." "And you're mine," I whispered. "Every part of me," he said, pressing against me again. "Every inch."
Chapter 25. Alejandro. Alana squeezed my hand as we stood outside my father's hospital room. The doctor had called early, 6 a.m. sharp, to let us know he was finally starting to regain consciousness. We rushed to the hospital without wasting a minute. My mother had gone in first. Now she was stepping out of the room, her cheeks streaked with tears. But this time, they were from relief. The smile on her face was everything. "He's asking for you, mijo," she said, her voice soft but full of emotion. I gave Alana's hand a gentle tug. "Come on." But she shook her head. "You go in first. I'll stay with your mom for now," she said quietly. I gave her a small nod, appreciating her more than words could say. She understood this wasn't just a family visit. There were things my father and I needed to talk about, things not meant for other ears. "Gracias, princesa," I said, pressing a kiss to her forehead before releasing her hand. With a deep breath, I pushed the door open and stepped inside. My father was lying still, surrounded by machines. His eyes were closed. For a moment, he looked peaceful, almost like he was sleeping. But the second I stepped forward, his eyes flicked open. "Mijijo," he said, his voice hoarse but filled with warmth. "Papa." I walked over and sat beside him, taking his hand. "It's good to see you awake." "Gonna take more than a couple of bullets to finish me off?" he said with a faint chuckle. I never doubted it. A quiet moment settled between us. There was a lot hanging in the air. Things we hadn't said, questions neither of us wanted to ask too soon. "I haven't found the shooter yet," I admitted eventually, running my hands through my hair. "You will," he said, his hand resting on my head. "You're my son." I looked up at him. This man had shaped me into everything I was. He'd been my example, my guide, and almost losing him, it cut deeper than I expected. "I love you, Papa," I said, barely above a whisper. I wasn't even sure why I said it out loud. I just needed him to know. "I know," he replied. "I love you too, mijo." We sat in silence again, until he said something I'd never heard from him before. "Lo siento, Alejandro." I blinked. For what? For the things I said about Alana. I let my frustration with the Ortega situation get the better of me. But I see how much she means to you, and how much you mean to her. His eyes closed again for a moment, and I could tell how much energy even a short conversation was costing him. "I'm sorry too," I said, giving his hand a firm squeeze. "Did you see anything? Anyone that might help us find out who did this?" He shook his head slightly. "But whoever it was, they knew exactly where I'd be. That means you need to be careful. Trust no one, except your uncles and me." I gave a slow nod. "It's time for you to step up, Alejandro. Felipe and Carlos are going to need you more than ever." I know. The weight of that truth pressed heavy on my chest. My father had always shielded his brothers, always been the one to take the hit first. "You especially need to keep an eye on Carlos. I'm worried about him. He's angry. Someone nearly took his big brother away from him. Can't blame him for that." "No, it's more than that," my father said, eyes narrowing. "I think something's wrong. I think he might be slipping again." That made me sit back. "You think it's starting up again?" 17 years ago, my Uncle Carlos went through a full-on mental break. It ended in blood, a string of violent deaths, and Carlos found naked, mumbling, covered in it. My father cleaned up the mess, kept it all out of the public eye, and got him admitted to a private mental health facility. Carlos spent a year there before being cleared to return. We didn't talk about that chapter of our lives. Ever. "I'll watch him," I promised. My father gave my hand a final squeeze. "You're a good son, Alejandro." His eyes drifted closed again, and I sat there quietly, holding his hand, watching the steady rise and fall of his chest as sleep took him. I don't know how long I stayed in that chair, but my mind didn't stop moving, spinning through every possibility, every unanswered question, searching for a lead, and coming up short.
Chapter 26. Alana. I stepped into the hospital's small, quiet family room, balancing 2 steaming cups of coffee. Alejandro's mother was already there, waiting. "Here you go," I said, offering her one as I set mine on the table. "Thank you, Alana," she said warmly, lifting the cup for a sip. Her face twisted instantly. "Oof! This might be the worst coffee I've ever tasted," she said, laughing as she set it down. "I know," I chuckled. "The vending machine was the only option. Sorry." "At least it's hot," she replied with a smile, then patted the seat beside her. "Sit down, you look worn out." "A little," I admitted, covering a yawn as I joined her. "You probably didn't sleep much either, did you?" "Not a wink," she said with a sparkle in her hazel eyes. "But hey, there'll be plenty of time to rest when I'm gone," she added with a soft laugh. I smiled. Cariño meant sweetheart. It felt comforting hearing her call me that. I adored Alejandro's mom. She had a warmth about her that reminded me of my grandmother. I'd never say that out loud, though. Not everyone took kindly to that kind of comparison. "I'm relieved Mateo's awake now. Did the doctors give you any updates?" I asked. Her mood suggested good news, but I hadn't heard anything official. They said it'll be a few weeks before he's fully mobile and he'll need breathing support until his lung heals completely. But he's alive, Alana. He's going to be okay, she said, squeezing my hand. Yesterday, I truly thought I was going to lose him. Today is a blessing. It really is, I agreed, feeling the weight lift. She grew quiet for a moment. I always knew this could happen. We've been fortunate Mateo made it this far without serious injury, but now I see Alejandro stepping into his shoes, and while I understand that it's what he wants, what he was raised for, it breaks my heart. I never want to be in this room wondering if he'll make it through. I get that, I said, squeezing her hand in return. Just the thought of something happening to Alejandro? I didn't need to finish. Maria knew. This life, I had chosen it, but that didn't make it easier. And after running off to New York, the guilt hit harder than ever. She must have sensed the shift in me because she turned to face me. Alejandro told me what the doctor said, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. My chest tightened. With everything going on, I hadn't had time to fully process the test results. Thank you, Maria. I believe everything will work out for you too. I truly do. I gave her a faint smile. You really think so? I know so, Carino. I hesitated. We always dreamed of having children, a house full of them. Now I feel like I've let him down. Absolutely not, she said, firm but kind. There's more than one way to build a family. You just need to be open to possibilities. She arched an eyebrow playfully. You're probably right. I am right, and rule number 1. Never argue with your mother-in-law, she teased. Got it, I laughed, reaching for my coffee and taking a sip. I nearly choked. Okay, you weren't kidding. This is awful and told you. We sat quietly for a while, the silence easy and comforting. Then Maria spoke again. I wanted a house full of kids too. You did? Yes, but it took me 2 years to get pregnant with Alejandro. His birth was difficult. We almost didn't make it. The doctor said another pregnancy could be dangerous, so Mateo insisted we stop trying. How did you feel about that? She looked thoughtful. At first, I was upset, but then I saw how lucky I was. Alejandro was everything, perfect and precious. I'd never known love like that, and the thought of him growing up without me, that wasn't a risk I was willing to take. That makes sense. So you and Mateo were on the same page eventually? Yes. Always, really. People see him as cold, but with me, he's gentle. He always has been. I definitely see that, I said, laughing lightly. She gave me a knowing look. I bet you do. I see how Alejandro looks at you, Alana. He's never been like this before. Those women before you had nothing inside, no spark. But you lit something in him. I've never seen him so alive, so happy. My heart swelled at her words. Thank you, Maria. You're welcome, sweetheart, she said, patting my hand. Now, tell me about this young lady staying with you. Mateo says she's from Chicago? Ah, Lucia, I said, smiling, as her name brought warmth to my face. Then I launched into telling her all about our guest and how she might just be winning over Alejandro too. Chapter 27. Alana. I walked out into the garden with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, setting them down on the table. Kelsey was already lounging there, her head tilted back toward the sun, a wide grin stretching across her face. She glanced at me and smiled. This place is incredible, Alana. I could seriously get used to living like this. You leave New York? I laughed, pouring the wine. She shrugged playfully. Maybe, for a house like this, or maybe the right guy? Wait, you're telling me you'd move to LA for love? Well, New York isn't the same without you. Rent's gone up again. I hate my job. I think I might need a fresh start. But you've always loved the city, I reminded her. So did you. Would you ever go back now? I shook my head. I hated it here at first, but now, this feels like home. She looked around the lush garden. I get it. It's beautiful. And Alejandro? Whew. Let's just say I see the appeal. Plus, his bodyguards aren't too hard on the eyes either. I smirked. Speaking of which, what's going on with you and Hugo? Spill? She giggled. That man is pure fire. On the flight over, while you and Mr. Tall, Dark, and Dangerous were occupied, we shared a little kiss. But since we landed, all business. I've tried, trust me, but he's not biting. I I guess he's focused on figuring out what really happened with Alejandro's dad. Yeah, they've got their hands full right now. So Alejandro doesn't have any leads yet? I shook my head. Not that he's shared with me, and I'm sorry you've basically been stuck here. I would have loved to show you around. Alejandro has a gorgeous club, but he says it's too risky to go out right now. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I could get used to being stuck in this house, she said, glancing around contentedly. Still, it's your first visit. I wish we could have done more. She placed a hand on my knee. Alana, stop. This isn't your fault. I'm happy just hanging out by the pool with you. Although, maybe we can talk Hugo into taking a dip. She lifted her sunglasses and winked. I laughed. I think he'd see that as abandoning his post. But if you're in the pool, technically, he's just doing his job, she said, fanning herself. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if he offered to guard my body. Maybe next time he won't be so preoccupied, I said with a smile. A girl can hope, and who knows, maybe next visit, we'll hit up that club of Alejandros. You, me, and your sizzling security detail. You are completely boy crazy, I teased, giving her a gentle swat on the arm. You'll forget all about Hugo as soon as you land back in New York. Doubt it. Those eyes, those arms, not easy to forget. Didn't you say the same about Logan Woods? Ugh, he turned out to be a total jerk. You always had him pegged, though. You're annoyingly good at reading people. I always seem to fall for the duds. I wouldn't say that's entirely true, I said, chuckling. She pulled off her sunglasses and took a sip of wine. Actually, you barely dated in college, not after Bobby Conroy. Exactly, not my best pick. Total jerk, she snorted. You know, I ran into him recently. Turns out he's some big-time tech guy now. Bobby, the jock? A tech millionaire? No way. Yup, he was the keynote speaker at a hotel event. Kelsey burst out laughing. Alejandro must have loved that. Yeah, let's just say he wasn't exactly thrilled. Good, she said, lifting her glass in a mock toast. She knew all about Alejandro's dating history. We'd run into his exes more times than I could count. You really did hit the jackpot with him, she said. He worships the ground you walk on. I smiled. You think so? I know so. He's crazy about you. And it's not just about looks, Alana. It's the way he sees you. It's everything. Every woman deserves to be looked at the way he looks at you. My heart swelled. Sometimes I can't believe he's mine. He's everything I ever dreamed of and things I didn't even know I wanted, all wrapped up in one fine-looking package. Kelsey nudged her head toward the doors. Speaking of fine, I looked up and saw Hugo walking into the garden. I'm signing off for the night, he said. Hank, Ray, and Max are still on duty. Lucia's studying upstairs. Mr. Montoya will be home after dinner. He said not to wait. Thanks, Hugo, I replied. Kelsey leaned forward. Want to stay for a drink? She asked, lifting the wine bottle. He cleared his throat. Better not, he mumbled, but his eyes lingered a moment too long on Kelsey's legs as she crossed them. See you tomorrow, he added, cheeks turning a faint pink as he walked away. Kelsey fanned herself dramatically. I'd climb him like a ladder, she whispered. I burst out laughing. Her presence made this lockdown so much easier, and then I remembered she was leaving in 2 days. A wave of sadness crept in. What time's your flight Monday? 8 a.m. I'll be back in time for my night shift. I'm going to miss you. I'll miss you too. But hey, now that I know my bestie has a private jet, maybe you can send it for me on my next break, she joked, topping off our glasses. Deal. She leaned back. Oh, by the way, I saw your mom last week.
Chapter 29. Alejandro. Jax and I stepped out of the car and walked across the tarmac toward the container at the edge of the shipyard, where my men were keeping Joey Ortega. Inside, Joey was tied to a chair, untouched, just as I had ordered. Buenos dias, Joey, I greeted him as I stepped closer. Alejandro, he replied, his voice shaky. Jax moved to a nearby table, picked up a pair of slim pliers, and handed them to me. You can go now, gentlemen, I said to the 3 men standing guard. They left without a word. I raised the pliers slightly. Joey's eyes locked on them, and panic set in. He wet himself right there in the chair. I glanced at Jax, who gave me an amused shake of his head. You've heard the stories, haven't you, Joey? I asked. holding the tool casually. He nodded, trembling. "Free one of his hands," I told Jax. Jax untied one of Joey's wrists and held it out for me. "Please don't," Joey pleaded, his voice breaking as I brought the pliers to his thumbnail. "I have questions," I said. "And if you lie, today becomes very unpleasant. Are we clear, cabron?" He nodded frantically. With one swift tug, I ripped the nail clean off. His scream echoed inside the metal walls. Tears streamed down his face. That was a warning shot. Fingernails first, then teeth. After that, I looked at Jax. "Fingers?" Jax offered. Or maybe to save time, we go for something more valuable." Joey broke down. "I'll talk. I'll answer everything, I swear." I dragged a chair across the floor and sat in front of him. "Here's the deal. I ask, you answer truthfully. Lie to me and I take something else. This ends when I'm satisfied, or when you pass out from the pain. Your choice." "I get it," he sobbed. "Ask anything. Please." An hour later, Jax and I stepped back into the daylight. Joey had nothing to do with my father's shooting. I was sure of that. He'd given up 3 fingernails and 2 teeth to prove it. But he was lucky to be leaving that container alive. I couldn't afford to waste more time chasing ghosts. What he did give me was plenty of insight into his crew. To save himself, he'd betrayed every last one of them. That knowledge might come in handy later, but it didn't help me now. I was letting him go. Still, once word got out, I doubted he'd last long. Dead man walking. In the meantime, I had leverage. "What's next, hermano?" Jax asked. I exhaled. Back to the damn drawing board.
Chapter 30, Alana. The car pulled up in front of the airport, and as Hugo got out to grab Kelsey's bag from the trunk, she turned to me. "I'm really going to miss you, honey," she said, pulling me into a tight hug. I hugged her back. "I'll miss you too. I'm sorry your weekend turned into a lockdown at our place." She pulled away, grinning. "Oh, please, I'd do a year under house arrest in that gorgeous house. Tell Alejandro to finish up the pool house, and I'll be spending every break with you too." I laughed. "I'll make sure he gets back on it as soon as we return. It's been stalled for a while. Alejandro didn't want strangers around with everything going on." Hugo opened the door and Kelsey gave me another tight squeeze. "See you soon, babe." "Wait, Hugo and I can walk you to check-in," I offered. Before she could respond, Hank, sitting up front, turned around fast. "Please stay in the vehicle, Mrs. Montoya," he said gruffly. Kelsey laughed, and I raised my brows at her like a kid caught sneaking out. "Bye, Jacob." "Stay cool, Hank," Kelsey teased as she hopped out, taking her bag from Hugo. "Hey, can you walk her up at least?" I asked Hugo. He gave a small nod. "Of course, ma'am." I watched through the window as Hugo took her bag and gently guided her through the crowd. When they reached the terminal, they paused. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but then Kelsey wrapped her arms around Hugo's neck, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. My eyes widened. Hugo stood frozen for a second, then dropped the bag and pulled her into him, kissing her like he meant it. Well, damn. Hugo Fernandez knew how to kiss. I sank back in my seat with a grin. Suddenly, I missed Alejandro. A minute later, Hugo slid back into the car, his cheeks slightly pink. "All good?" I asked as he buckled in. "Please don't tell the boss I was kissing someone on duty," he muttered, eyes closed. Jacob chuckled as he pulled the car away. "You know I have to tell him, right?" I teased, using his usual line on me. Even Hank gave a rare snort. "Your secret's safe with me," I winked. Hugo leaned back with a relieved sigh. "Is Alejandro still at the hotel? Can we swing by?" "Yes, but he asked not to be disturbed," Hank replied. I sighed, looking out the window. He'd left before I even woke up. I vaguely remembered a kiss on the cheek, but by the time I opened my eyes, he was gone. I'm pretty sure Mr. Montoya wouldn't mind if it's Mrs. Montoya, Hugo said. Your call, Hank grumbled. I'll take a detour, Jacob said. An hour later, Hugo was walking me past the armed guards outside Alejandro's suite. I'll be right here this time, he said with a wink. I promise I won't run off, I whispered back, thinking of the last time I disappeared to New York. Is he alone? I asked Lorenzo. He is, ma'am. Next meeting's in 15. Thanks, I said, heading in and closing the door behind me. The office door was open. I heard him speaking and figured he was on the phone. I walked toward the doorway and paused when I saw him, back turned, phone to his ear, staring out the window. Even from behind, he was mesmerizing. Confidence and intensity radiated from him. One hand was in his pocket, pulling the fabric tight over his strong legs. The crisp white shirt stretched across his broad shoulders fitted perfectly to his toned frame. Heat flushed through me just looking at him. I cleared my throat. He turned fast, a scowl on his face, but then he softened into a smile. I have to go, Anton. Something just came up. Keep me posted, he said, hanging up. Princesa, what are you doing here? I missed you, I said, walking toward him. You left without a proper goodbye. He met me halfway, sliding his hands over my hips. I kissed you, I swear. Not like this, I whispered. You came all this way just for a kiss? He asked, his lips brushing mine. Yes, I murmured, pulling him closer. He kissed me deep and slow. My heart raced. I felt his desire as he pulled me tight, pressing into me. The kiss deepened until my knees nearly buckled. He pulled back, eyes dark. Just a kiss? I always want more, I breathed. But I know you're busy. He glanced at his watch. 10 minutes until my next meeting. If I had more time... Tell me anyway, I whispered, fingers teasing his zipper. I'd have you bent over this desk, he growled. I gasped softly, arousal pulsing through me. I reached into his pants, wrapped my hand around him. Alana, he said with a strained voice, I don't have time. We can make it quick, I said, dropping to my knees. He groaned as I took him in my mouth, my hands still wrapped around him. My tongue swirled, teasing every sensitive inch, his fingers tangled in my hair, his hips pushing deeper. He gasped and cursed, barely holding back. I felt his muscles tighten as he came, and I swallowed, not wasting a drop. He pulled me up, gently wiping my lips. I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you. Today's been a mess. Sorry you don't have time to return the favor, I smiled. I'll make it up to you tonight. I can take care of myself, I teased. He groaned. Don't say that. Now I'm picturing it. He pulled me close again. I'd rather it be you, I whispered, but I'll wait. You don't have to, he said, then he grinned. Are your panties wet? Obviously. Hand them over. What? You want me to go home without them? He glanced at my dress. Long enough. Nobody will notice. You've got a serious panty obsession, I laughed. But I was planning to stop by the shelter. Can't go commando to work. His expression darkened. No, Alana, it's not safe. You said you could work from home. I can, but I need to talk to some of the women. He shook his head. I need you safe. I can't focus if I'm worried about you. You shouldn't have even come today. Disappointment settled in my chest and I instinctively took a step back. He pulled me in. I'm glad you came. I needed that more than you know. But now, please go straight home and stay there. Okay, I said softly. Good girl, he whispered, brushing hair from my face. I should go. You've got that meeting, I said. Still want my panties? He chuckled. No, better keep them on. I don't want my men tortured on the ride home. Probably for the best, I laughed, though part of me was disappointed. He cradled my jaw. I'll see you tonight. Okay. A knock came at the door, and just like that, his calm, composed exterior was back in place. Come in, he called. Chapter 31. Alana. After 5 days of pleading and promising I wouldn't do anything reckless, Alejandro finally gave in. He let me return to the shelter for a few hours, as long as I was under the watchful eyes of Hank and Hugo. I completely protective, especially with everything going on, but staying cooped up at home was driving me mad. Alejandro had been working nonstop, Lucia was back in school, and although I could work from home, I missed the shelter. Being there grounded me. I'd only been in my office for 10 minutes. Hank waited outside. His stone-cold demeanor scared some of the women and kids. But Hugo, always calm and steady, had become my shadow. Just as I was about to make us both a fresh pot of coffee, I got a message that Kristen was looking for me. I walked down the hall and peeked into her office. "Hey, you wanted to see me?" "Alana, yes. Come in," she said with a warm smile. "An old friend of yours stopped by, and he's made us an offer we really can't refuse." She turned towards someone I couldn't yet see. I stepped inside, and the man stood and smiled wide, his perfect teeth gleaming. "Bobby," I said, stunned, "what are you doing here?" "Hey, Alana, I heard you worked here and figured I'd drop in. Kristen and I got to talking, and it sounds like there might be a great opportunity for us to collaborate." I blinked. A flood of questions hit me, but Kristen was my boss, and I didn't want to appear rattled. I forced a smile and walked farther in. Hugo remained in the hallway. "What kind of opportunity?" I asked. "First off, I'd like to make a generous donation to the shelter," he said, leaning back casually and raising an eyebrow. I wasn't sure if I was supposed to be impressed. "That's very kind," I said politely, "and my company would like to fund your position for the next 5 years. Seriously?" "I volunteer," I replied with a smile, "but I'm sure that funding will be helpful for the shelter overall." Kristen spoke up. "Actually, Alana, securing long-term funding for your role strengthens our position. That money would be earmarked specifically for the coordinator role. It doesn't take away from the donation itself. Of course, the job is yours as long as you want it. But if you ever decide to leave or something happens, we'd still be covered. And having a contract in place gives the shelter some legal protections." I sat down trying to process it all. "Sounds like you two already have this figured out." "Alana," Kristen said gently, "I know how much you've given to this place, but I always have to think about the future of the shelter." "I get that," I said slowly. "It's just..." "Just what?" Bobby asked, grinning. He knew exactly what I was thinking. When Alejandro found out that my ex was bankrolling my salary, there'd be fireworks, and Bobby was clearly hoping for that reaction. I brushed it off. "Never mind, if you think it's best for the center, Kristen, then okay." "That's not all," Kristen said. "Of course not. We're developing a mobile app to help abuse victims discreetly document and report incidents," Bobby added, puffing out his chest. "And how does that involve us?" I asked. "We'd like to pilot it with some of the women here and in our outreach programs," he said. "I'd love for you to be involved, Alana," Bobby added. "I'm not exactly tech savvy," I replied. "That's fine. I've got the tech side covered," he said. "But you connect with the women in a way few people can," Kristen said. "You make them feel seen and understood. You and Bobby might make a strong team." "So, what do you think?" he asked. I hesitated. "I'll have to think about it." "What's holding you back? This could be big." "You're the perfect person for something like this," Bobby said, pushing just a little too hard. "Still a jackass." "I'm juggling a lot. Lucia, Alejandro's dad, is still in the hospital. This just might not be the right time." "Just think about it, okay?" Kristen said. "I will, but I've got some calls to make, if you'll excuse me." I left the office and exhaled hard. What was Bobby playing at? "You good?" Hugo asked as he stepped toward me. "For now." "Who is that guy?" Kristen said he's an old friend. "Yeah," I said, rubbing the back of my neck. "He's also an old boyfriend." "Ah," Hugo said simply. "I'll tell Alejandro myself." I figured, but I'll still have to report it. "I know, it wouldn't be worth your job not to. I get it." He gave me a sympathetic smile. "I'm sure the boss will be totally fine with you working with your ex." I gave him a look. "Sure, totally fine. That's why I haven't decided yet. I'm still trying to figure out Bobby's angle." "Well, while you figure that out, I'll get us that coffee," Hugo said. "You're a lifesaver. Thanks." 15 minutes later, I was buried in spreadsheets while Hugo stood by the window. Then came a knock at the door. I looked up. Bobby. "Alana, got a minute?" Hugo turned sharply. "Hugo, can you give us a few minutes?" I asked. "I don't think that's a good idea," he said, clearly on alert. "It's fine. Just wait outside." He gave Bobby one last glare. "You touch her and I'll break you," he growled before stepping out. "What are you doing here, Bobby?" He sank into the chair across from me. "I wanted to see you. Once I found out you worked here, I thought I could help." "How'd you even know where I work?" He shrugged. "You'd be surprised what I can find out." "But why?" Why now? Because I was worried. Your husband came across as controlling. Then I did some digging. Do you even know who he really is? Of course I do. I married him. He's dangerous, Alana, a killer. You don't know him. I know enough. You can't even go to work without a bodyguard. Hugo's there for my protection. That's it. Exactly. You married someone so dangerous you need protection. If you want out, I can help. We can disappear. I place my hands on the desk. Stop. Alejandro is my husband. He makes me happy. I love him. That's all you need to know. If you want to donate to the shelter, great. But don't think that puts me in your debt. And we won't be working on anything together. I don't trust you. He stood and leaned across the desk. Guess I had you wrong. Thought you were the sweet girl next door. Turns out you like danger. Maybe if I'd killed someone, you would have let me in your bed too. Get out before I call Hugo back in here and he rearranges your bones. He smiled and stood tall. Spicy. I'll be seeing you, Alana. No, you won't, I said coldly. He left and I leaned back, heart pounding. Hugo returned a moment later. You okay? Now I am. What a jerk. Want me to go flatten him? Tempting, but no, let me finish up and then we can go. Sounds good, he nodded. I'll feel better once you're safe at home. Chapter 32. Alana. Lucia and I were sitting at the kitchen island. She was finishing off a bowl of ice cream while I absent-mindedly flipped through a magazine. We both looked up when Alejandro walked in. He tossed his keys on the counter, his eyes locked on me, the tension in his posture unmistakable. I'm going to take this to my room and check out my history homework, Lucia said, hopping off her stool and giving me a subtle side-eye. Good night, Lucia, Alejandro said, his voice smooth but tight. Night, guys, she called over her shoulder, pulling the door shut behind her. Alejandro stared at me. Is there something you need to tell me, Princessa? I'm guessing Hugo already told you Bobby Conroy came by the shelter today, I said, keeping my tone calm. He did, Alejandro replied, crossing the room in 2 long strides until he was standing right in front of me. What he couldn't tell me is what happened when you asked him to step out. We just talked, I began. If that's all it was, why the hell did Hugo have to leave the room? Because I wanted to have a private conversation, I said, my voice firm. You know what that is, right? You have them all the time. He leaned in closer, his face inches from mine. Don't test me, Alana. This isn't about me. I slid off the stool. No? Then what is it about? Because it feels a lot like it is. What did you two talk about that you couldn't say in front of Hugo? I couldn't stop myself. I rolled my eyes. In a flash, his hand was at my throat, not hurting me, just holding. Did you just roll your eyes at me? Yes, I said, breath catching, and not just from the pressure. My body reacted in ways I didn't expect. He pushed me back until I was against the counter, thumb grazing my jaw. Answer the question. Here we go. He wants to donate to the shelter. His company also offered to fund my role for the next 5 years. Alejandro dropped his hand and stared at me. You're a volunteer. There is no paid position. Exactly, but there should be. Kristen thinks having it funded gives her more stability if something ever happens to me. His jaw tensed. Good, then let her hire someone else because you won't be working there anymore. Excuse me, I snapped. I love that job. It's not up for debate, he growled. Well, I'm not giving it up. End of story. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. You're my wife. I'm not letting your ex pay your salary. But Alejandro, he slammed his hand against the counter. Why is it so hard for you to follow simple instructions? That man stays away from you. If I see him again, he won't be walking away. I lifted my chin. You're possessive. Sometimes I even like it. But this crosses a line. I've never given you a reason not to trust me. Bobby means nothing. His money doesn't mean anything either. Then why did you need to speak to him privately? Snap. Because I didn't know what he'd say, and I didn't want drama in front of the women and kids. They've had enough of that. He stared at me, frustration simmering behind his eyes. I reached out and placed my hand on his cheek. What is this really about? He stayed silent. Bobby's in the past, Alex. Way in the past. He's irrelevant. He shook his head. You say that now, but if you spend more time with him, I won't. And even if I did, you think that would change something between us? His voice cracked. He's the man you should be with. I froze. What? He looked away. He's safer. He's probably more stable. You wouldn't be in constant danger with him. My heart ached. The king of LA thought he wasn't enough for me. I cupped his face with both hands. I could spend a lifetime with Bobby and never feel for him what I feel for you. You have me, Alex, body, heart, and soul. Don't you get that? He pressed his forehead to mine. When Hugo told me that you were alone with him, I lost it. Not because I didn't trust you, but because I kept picturing him with his hands on you. I trust you, Princessa. I just don't trust him. Why would he even bother finding out where you work? I looked away and he gently tilted my chin up. What aren't you telling me? Promise you won't lose it. Too late. He asked if I knew who you really were when I married you, then offered to help me leave. His jaw clenched. He what? I told him to get lost, that I love you and want nothing to do with him. And then I hesitated. Alana? He said he'd see me around. Alejandro's face darkened. That's not just a phrase. That's a warning. You are not working with him, Alana. I don't care what he's building. I know. I already decided I won't. What's this app about? He's working on something for abuse victims. Something to help them report incidents. He wanted me to consult, but I told you I'm out. His grip around my waist tightened. Did he say anything else? Anything inappropriate? I hesitated again. Alana? He said if he'd killed someone, maybe then I would have slept with him. Alejandro's face turned stone cold. He's a dead man. I pressed my forehead against his chest. He's not worth it. He's probably already back in New York. Please, let it go. He grabbed my ponytail gently, wrapping it around his hand. For your sake, I'll let it go. But if he shows his face again, I won't hold back. I nodded. I'm still going to work at the shelter, though. I'll explain everything to Kristen, but that job stays. He paused, weighing his response, then nodded. Fine. In one smooth motion, he slid his hands to my hips and lifted me onto the counter, his lips brushing my neck. Lucia might come back, I whispered. She's smart. She'll knock. Maybe we should go upstairs or something, I said, my breath already hitching. No, he growled. Right here, right now. His fingers grazed up my thigh, sliding under my dress. I gasped, feeling his touch deepen. I want you to remember, Alana. You're mine. All of you. Always. My body trembled as he leaned into me, his voice low against my ear. Tell me why you're already this wet. Because angry you is hot as hell, I whispered. He chuckled darkly. Then brace yourself, Princessa. Because I plan on making you forget the name Bobby ever existed. And in that moment, I already had.
Chapter 33. Alejandro. I noticed the call as I drove along the interstate, frowning slightly as I pressed the button to answer. Where you at, amigo? Jax's voice came through the car's speakers. Handling something. I'll be back later. Something I should know about? It's personal, I replied curtly. He chuckled. Just don't end up burying another body. We've got enough on our plates. If you knew where I was, why even ask? I had a hunch, but I wasn't sure. I could have handled it for you. No chance, I growled. Well then, don't do anything too permanent. I just want to talk. Sure you do, he laughed. See you later. Later. I pulled up outside the hotel and killed the engine. The valet was already waiting. Good afternoon, Mr. Montoya, he greeted with a respectful nod. Buenas tardes. Did you get what I asked for? I handed him the keys. Yes, sir, he said, slipping a key card into my hand. Room 512. Gracias. Tell your mama I said hello. I will. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Take care of that car, Henry. It's brand new. You got it, he said enthusiastically. Henry was a good kid who had once gotten into trouble with the wrong people. A skilled thief, but too reckless. Luckily, his mother knew mine, and I helped him find this job. It was a second-tier hotel in L.A., one Bobby Conroy had to settle for, since he was no longer welcome in any of mine. I walked down the hallway until I reached room 512. Sliding the card through the lock, I smiled at the click and stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind me. Bobby emerged from the bathroom and nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw me. "What the hell? How did you get in here?" "There's not a place in this city that's off limits to me, Bobby." He glanced toward the nightstand. "This is my room. I'm calling security." "Go ahead," I said, holding out my arms. Let him make the first move. Then I'd be justified in breaking every finger he had. He looked at the phone, then back at me. "What are you even doing here?" "To politely ask that you stay away from my wife." He laughed. I didn't. "What? Are you that insecure? Can't handle a little competition?" I clenched my jaw, thinking of the promise I'd made to Alana and the warning Jax had given me. "Or maybe you're afraid that once she starts working with me again, she'll realize I'm the better option," he added smugly. The vein in my neck twitched. I wanted nothing more than to throw him through the window. "Stay away from her," I said, my voice cold. "Maybe she's the one who should be told to stay away from me." I felt the rage building. "What did you just say?" "You heard me. What, you gonna kill me? There are witnesses who saw you walk in here. Cameras in every hallway. And my father's a district judge. I'm not just some nobody you can make disappear." I took a step forward, cracking my neck slowly. He flinched, but to his credit, he didn't back down. "I know all about your father," I said quietly. "The district judge with a preference for high-end escorts. I also know about the affair with the married woman on the Upper East Side, and that little incident back in college you thought was buried." His face went pale. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, you do. See, you think I'm just a thug. What did you call me? A stone-cold killer. Maybe. But I'm also very good at finding things. Skeletons never stay buried when I'm the one digging." He stared at me, nostrils flaring. "That said," I continued, leaning in close, "if you ever approach my wife again without my permission, you'll see just how far I'll go. You think cameras and connections protect you? They don't. Every story you've heard about me? The truth is worse. I know how to make a man suffer without ending him. I could take you from this room right now, and no one would ever find you. And I'd walk away free." He stared at me, visibly shaking now. "And just to clear things up, I have no doubts about my wife. She's not a liar. She's not a cheat. Am I possessive? Damn right. Because she's mine. She always will be. She didn't want you back then. She sure as hell doesn't want you now." I stepped back slightly, letting him breathe. "You're lucky she's had such a positive influence on me. Otherwise, I'd cut your tongue out for what you said to her. There won't be a next time. Understand?" "Yes," he whispered, his lip trembling. I glanced down at the front of his pants. There was a visible stain. "Good. I'm glad we're clear." Then I turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind me.
Chapter 34. Alana. After what happened with Bobby earlier in the week, I cut back my time at the shelter to just 2 afternoons a week. That seemed like a decent compromise. It kept me grounded, gave me purpose, and it helped Alejandro worry a little less. I was in the break room, mid-conversation with another volunteer, when Kristen poked her head in. "Alana, got a minute?" "Sure," I said, picking up my tea and following her to her office. She shut the door behind us. I sat down, glancing around. Kristen's office always gave off the calmest vibe. Plants everywhere, essential oils in the air, little statues of goddesses and peaceful icons. It felt like a sanctuary. I wanted to touch base with you today anyway, I began. It's about Bobby and that app project. Funny, that's exactly why I called you in, she said, her brows knitting together. Mr. Conroy's team just pulled out. Their donation is off the table. Wait, what? I said, shocked. Why? I couldn't get much out of them. Someone from their HR department called and said we weren't the right fit, that's all. I sank back in the chair, confused and irritated. That's incredibly frustrating. Agreed, but believe it or not, there's a silver lining. We've had another donor step in, an anonymous one. They've doubled Bobby's original pledge and committed to fully fund your position indefinitely. Wait, indefinitely? Yes, and with a substantial salary increase too. I paused. The puzzle pieces fell into place instantly. I think I know who the mystery donor is, I said. Kristen raised an eyebrow. Care to share? I'm fairly sure it's the Montoya Corporation. That's your husband's company, right? Yep. They've already donated quite a bit this year. I know, but it's personal. Look, I should probably explain something. Bobby and I dated back in high school. And while his intentions might have sounded generous, I don't think his offer was entirely pure. Really? He didn't come off that way. Seemed polite. He used to be, but last week, not so much. He showed another side, and Alejandro, well, let's just say he wasn't thrilled about Bobby trying to play hero with my job. Kristen raised both brows. And this new donor swooping in after Bobby vanished? It's not a coincidence. Exactly. Alejandro didn't want my ex funding my salary. He would have supported the role from the start if I'd asked, but I didn't. And I think, honestly, that stung him a little. Kristen gave a small nod. As long as you're comfortable with the arrangement, Alana, it's a huge win for the shelter. I'm fine with it, I said, even as I mentally drafted what I was going to say to Alejandro in a few minutes. He could be overbearing sometimes, but that fierce loyalty was one of the many things I loved about him. I stepped into my office and closed the door. Reaching into my purse, I grabbed my phone. I'd asked Hugo to wait outside so I could make this call alone. I dialed Alejandro's number. It rang a few times before he picked up. Hola, princesa, he said, slightly out of breath. Hi, is this a bad time? A bit. But I always have time for you. What's up? Did you have anything to do with Bobby's company pulling their donation? He let out a sigh, then I heard him shouting something in Spanish. A few seconds passed. Sorry, what did you say? I asked if you were behind Bobby's team pulling out. Yes, he said sharply. I told you, I don't trust him. I blinked. I wasn't expecting him to admit it so easily. Anything else? I've got a lot going on here. Yeah, did you step in to fund my role? Yes. Thought so, I said quietly. I couldn't even be mad about it. He had taken action, made sure the shelter didn't lose anything, and then some. I knew what kind of man he was. This wasn't surprising. And if I was honest with myself, part of me loved him for it. Okay, I said, I'll let you get back to work. Good. Wait, one more thing. What now? He asked, his tone still clipped. To Kiro. There was a pause, and when he spoke again, his voice had softened. I love you too, princessa. Chapter 35. Alana. I wandered into the kitchen, still replaying the phrase I'd overheard earlier. Whatever the guards had said to Hank must have been hilarious. He'd actually laughed out loud, which was a first. I thought about asking Alejandro what it meant, but I'd barely seen him all week. He was buried in trying to track down whoever was behind his father's shooting. Most nights, he didn't make it home until after midnight. I missed him, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. Not when he had bigger things to worry about. There was a distance between us lately. I didn't know if he was still holding on to what happened in New York or if it was about the Bobby situation. Maybe it was just stress, but either way, I felt it. Lucia had made a new friend in the neighborhood. Alejandro knew the family, and they had decent security, so she started going there after school, with one of the guards tagging along, of course. When I stepped into the kitchen, I found Magda preparing dinner. Evening, Alana, she said with a warm smile. Hey, Magda, need a hand? No, gracias, dulce niña. I'm almost finished. I leaned against the counter and grabbed a slice of bell pepper, popping it into my mouth. Magda was washing dishes when I casually asked, "Magda, what does la llevamos por las dos puertas mean?" Her eyes went wide. The plate in her hand nearly slipped. She fumbled to catch it, and her face flushed bright red as she stared at me, speechless. "Alana!" Alejandro's voice came from behind me. I turned, surprised to see him home so early. Dressed in one of his perfectly tailored suits, he looked every bit as irresistible as always. I grinned. "What? I was just asking a question." Magda cleared her throat and focused back on the sink. Alejandro crossed the kitchen, wrapping an arm around my waist. "You nearly gave Magda a heart attack," he muttered with a half smile, then more serious. "Come with me." "What? Why?" I asked in a whisper as we moved into the hallway. "Say it again. I need to make sure I heard you right." I blushed. "La llevamos por las dos puertas?" I might have said it wrong. "Oh, you said it just fine, princess. Where'd you hear it?" Two of the guards said it to Hank. He laughed so hard he had tears in his eyes. I figured it must have been funny. Alejandro ran a hand across his jaw. "Yeah, I'll be having words with them later. Where's Lucia?" "At the Nielsen's." "Why?" "Just making sure we're alone," he said, heading for the stairs. "So what does it mean?" I pressed. He glanced over his shoulder and gave me a look that sent shivers down my spine. "Come with me, and I'll show you." In our bedroom, he didn't speak. He just started undressing me, slow and deliberate, touching every inch of my skin like he was rediscovering it. When he slid off my panties, he paused, holding them to his face. "Dios, princesa, you smell incredible." He kissed me deep and fast before easing me back onto the bed. "I'm glad you're home early," I whispered. "So am I. I've missed you, and I'm sorry I've been distant. Let me make it up to you." I watched him strip, savoring the view. He reached into the nightstand and pulled out a bottle of lube and a familiar toy, the vibrator he'd bought me months ago when he was away. He placed them next to me. "Still not telling me what it means?" He hovered over me, his breath brushing my cheek. "Literally?" We took her through both doors. My eyes widened. "You get it now?" he murmured, his lips finding my ear. "I think so," I said, breath catching as his hand slid between my thighs. "Say it." "They were with a woman. At the same time." "Exactly. One in front, one behind." His lips found my neck, his hands roamed. "Obviously," he added, voice low, "I'd never share you. But I can show you how that would feel." I nodded, already breathless. He kissed down my body, lingering where I was most sensitive, and didn't stop until I was gasping, writhing, and whispering his name. "Turn over for me," he said softly. I did, my body humming. He reached for the lube and the toy. I heard the soft snap of the bottle and then the buzz of the vibrator. A moment later, he slid it into me, and I cried out at the intensity. "Relax," he whispered against my skin. "Let me in too." I lifted my leg, giving him room. He pressed gently behind me, and the sensation of the toy inside me and him preparing to enter made my head spin. He kissed my neck again. "You're doing so good, princesa." He slid in slowly, carefully, and the stretch made my breath catch. But I nodded. "I can take it." He moved in sync with the toy, each motion pushing me higher. My body was on fire. "Touch yourself," he said gently. I can't. It's too much." "Alana," he warned. "Do it." With trembling hands, I obeyed. It pushed me right to the edge. I felt tears slipping down my cheeks from the sheer intensity of it all. "That's it. Let go." I did. My release hit me like a tidal wave. I felt him follow seconds later, burying his face in my neck as he moaned my name. He withdrew the toy, set it aside, and pulled me into his chest. My whole body was still shaking. "So," he whispered, brushing hair from my face, "you understand that phrase now?" I nodded. "Loud and clear?" He chuckled. "Promise me you won't ask Magda to translate everything I say to you in Spanish." "Probably safer if I don't," I said, smiling. "Maybe I should just teach you myself." "Let me guess. Every phrase is going to be X-rated?" He grinned. "Not all of them. Some will just be suggestive." I rolled my eyes. "You're a menace." "You love it." He kissed me again, gently this time. "Hey," I said, pulling back slightly. "I do know a little Spanish." "Yeah?" "Show me." "Lo eres todo para mí." His expression softened, and you are everything to me too. He kissed me again, deeper this time, and I melted into him. Wrapped in his arms, I felt invincible. These were the moments I lived for. But deep down, I knew peace never lasted long in our world. Chapter 36. Alana. I walked slowly down the hallway toward Alejandro's office. I'd seen his car pull in over 30 minutes ago, but he still hadn't come to bed. It had been 2 days since the last time we truly connected, wrapped up in each other like nothing else in the world mattered. Since then, he'd been distant again, buried under the weight of everything happening around us. His office door was slightly open. I pushed it gently and stepped inside. He was slouched in his chair, a half-empty bottle of scotch in front of him, a glass in one hand, eyes staring blankly ahead. "Alejandro, are you okay?" I asked quietly, stepping into the room and shutting the door behind me. My voice pulled him out of his daze. He blinked and looked at me. He looked worn out, his face drawn, the usual sharpness in his eyes dulled. My heart ached just looking at him. He still hadn't uncovered who was behind the attempt on his father's life. And while Mateo was slowly recovering, Alejandro seemed to be unraveling in the process. The pressure was crushing him. "Why don't you come to bed? You need some rest," I said gently, moving closer to his desk. "Sleep," he scoffed, then knocked back the last of his drink. "How am I supposed to sleep, Alana, with everything going on?" "You'll wear yourself down. Then what?" He cut me off. "You think anyone cares if I fall apart? My enemies don't sleep, so I can't either. I don't have the luxury of rest, princess. I carry all of this. Everyone's safety. You have no idea what that's like." "You're not alone in this. It's not all on you." He looked at me like I'd just said something absurd. "Not on me? Did you forget what happened when I let my guard down? My father nearly died. You're out running around the city refusing to stay in the house. What else am I supposed to do? Sit back and hope for the best? I work nonstop because if I don't, someone else could get hurt." I swallowed hard. I hadn't really thought about it from his side. How much it must weigh on him every time I left the house. "Then let me help." He laughed bitterly. "Help? You're part of the reason I'm drowning, Alana." The words hit me like a slap, and I finally noticed he wasn't just exhausted, he was drunk. "I'm beginning to think my father was right," he muttered. "Love just makes a man weak, vulnerable. It's a liability." "Are you saying you regret marrying me?" My voice cracked as I fought to hold back a sob. He didn't answer. He just stared at me, expression unreadable. The silence stretched and the hurt turned to heat, anger. "If anyone should have regrets, maybe it's me," I snapped. "I left everything behind. I've bent over backwards to build a life here with you. I've done my best to make this work, to build something real. My freedom is gone. I can't go anywhere without a security detail. And you're the one questioning if it was worth it." He stood up abruptly, pushing the chair back with a scrape against the floor, then stormed past me to the door. "Where are you going?" "To the hotel." And with that, he was gone. I sat down slowly in the chair across from his desk, blinking fast, willing the tears to stay down. He hadn't spent a night alone at the hotel since our relationship truly began, since the night we became something more. That place was where he used to take other women. The thought of him being there now, angry and vulnerable, made my stomach twist. Would he really go back to old habits? Was this the moment our story started to unravel? I didn't want to believe it, but I also didn't know what to believe anymore. I walked back to our bedroom and climbed into bed, the sheets feeling cold and too big without him. I stared at the ceiling, hoping, wishing he'd come back through that door, slide in beside me, and pull me into his arms the way he always did. That was where I felt safe. That was where I felt like me. But tonight, I lay there alone.
Chapter 37. Alejandro. I lay wide awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling, heart thudding steadily in my ears. Every time I blinked, her face surfaced behind my lids. "Do you regret marrying me?" she'd asked. Not for a single second. Never. So why hadn't I said that? Why had I let her walk away believing something that couldn't be further from the truth? Because I'm a damn coward. Because loving her, really loving her, left me feeling vulnerable in a way I wasn't used to. Every moment she was out of my sight, my mind tortured me with what-ifs. The idea that someone might hurt her because of me, it was like a blade pressing against my chest, never letting up. And maybe in some twisted way, I wanted her to feel just a fragment of the fear I carried every day. I still didn't know who was behind my father's shooting. The fact that someone out there was bold enough to attack my family and remain hidden made my blood boil. The guilt was a constant weight on my back, dragging me down, clouding my judgment. And I'd ended up directing all of that at the one person who least deserved it. The one person I couldn't bear to lose. I should have gone after her. I should have held her, kissed her, laid her down, and reminded both of us how we never truly fought with words. We found each other again through touch, through connection. That's where I found peace. That's where she made everything make sense again. So why was I lying here, in a bed that wasn't mine, miles away from her? Even my body missed her. Every nerve was calling out for her. I reached down, gripping myself tight, desperate to feel something that might quiet the storm in my head. I wished it was her hands, her mouth, her body. I shut my eyes again and imagined her curled up in bed, her hair spread over the pillow, her skin warm beneath my touch. Was she thinking about me too? Was she aching in the same way? I pictured her fingers brushing across her skin, sliding between her thighs, those soft, sacred places I considered mine. My hips jerked as I stroked myself harder, remembering how sweet she tasted, how she never held back, never said no, only gave more. Rough or slow, urgent or tender. She gave herself to me completely. My breath caught in my throat, shame and desire tightening together in my chest. My hand moved faster, chasing the edge while my heart ached for the real thing. For her. When I finally came undone, I whispered her name into the silence.
Chapter 38, Alana. Lucia lay back on the exam table, eyes wide with wonder as the technician gently moved the ultrasound wand across her stomach. The image of her baby flickered on the monitor, soft and glowing in shades of gray. "Alana, look at him," she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion. "He's perfect." I reached for her hand and gave it a squeeze, my smile matching hers. "He really is, sweetheart," I said, my heart full. Watching her baby move on the screen was exactly the kind of moment I needed, something to brighten an otherwise miserable day. Alejandro had kept his distance, just like he said he would. He hadn't come home last night. I'd lain awake for hours, hoping to hear the sound of the front door or feel the mattress shift beneath his weight. But the night passed in silence. And as much as I hated myself for thinking it, I couldn't help but wonder, was he sharing that bed with someone else? Stress usually pushed him toward physical release, and if he wasn't seeking that comfort with me, where was he finding it? The sonographer's voice cut through my thoughts. "Would you like some pictures of the scan?" "Yes, please," Lucia said, smiling up at her. "We'll need 3. One for me, one for Alana, and one for Alejandro." I nodded, managing another small smile. "That sounds perfect," I murmured, though my mind was far away, stuck on the look in Alejandro's eyes the night before. I'd asked him point blank if he regretted marrying me. He hadn't answered. Just stared, like the question was too difficult to handle. Then, like an idiot, I'd turned the whole thing on its head by suggesting maybe I was the one with doubts, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd already checked my phone more times than I cared to admit. Nothing. Not a message, not a missed call. Just silence. Part of me wanted to reach out to him, but if he ignored my call, I didn't know what that would do to me. This way, I could at least pretend it was just a bump in the road, something temporary. Soon after, Lucia and I were stepping into the armored SUV with Hugo, Hank, and our new driver, George. Alejandro had made it clear if we were going to leave the house, it would be with security and in the safest vehicle he could provide. We were barely out of the parking lot approaching the intersection when Hugo shouted something sharp and urgent to George. I caught the panic in his tone, but the words were in Spanish, too quick for me to follow. Before I could react or ask what was happening, everything exploded into chaos. The vehicle jolted violently, tires screeching as the world outside became a blur. I was yanked forward, my seatbelt digging hard into my collarbone as the sound of crashing metal and shattering glass tore through the air. Instinctively, I grabbed Lucia's hand, holding on tight. The SUV swerved and spun, my ears ringing, my thoughts scrambled. Somewhere beyond the ringing, I heard shouting, then the crack of gunfire. And then, suddenly, everything went quiet.
Chapter 39. Alejandro. I checked the time. It was just past 11 in the morning. Jax had shaken me awake at 6 with news of a promising lead. 5 hours later, that lead had crumbled into nothing. I couldn't make sense of it. Weeks had passed and still no one had cracked. Not a whisper about who was behind the hit on my father. I didn't buy it. Someone had to know something. My plan had been to head home right after waking up and fix things with Alana. I hadn't even called her yet. I knew she'd gone with Lucia to a doctor's appointment this morning. If I left now, I could be waiting for her when she got back. Screw chasing phantoms. I'd take her to bed and remind her exactly what she meant to me. I was walking toward my car when I felt a hand land on my shoulder. "Alejandro," Jax said, his voice low and serious. I turned to face him. "If it's about the lead, forget it." He shook his head, his face grim. My gut twisted. Something was wrong. "Alana and Lucia have been taken." I stared at him, willing the words to mean something else. "Number, that's a mistake. That can't be right." "I'm sorry, brother." Another SUV rammed theirs as they were leaving the doctor's office. Hank and George didn't make it. Hugo's in critical at County General. They're not sure he'll pull through. But the girls, they were taken. Alive. LAPD's keeping it quiet for now, but this was professional. Coordinated. No doubt about it. He kept talking, but his voice blurred behind the sound of my heart pounding in my ears. I'd faced down death before, stared into the eyes of killers and never blinked. But this was terror on another level. The kind that gripped you by the throat and refused to let go. Images of a future without her raced through my mind. My entire world gone in an instant. But I couldn't fall apart. Not now. I needed to find the one thing I could control. My fury. Reach out to every one of our people in LAPD again. I want every piece of evidence, every report, every camera angle. Pull our men from every job and get them on this. I don't care who we have to pressure or what lines we cross. Just find out who did this. Now. Jax nodded, jaw tight. "I'm already on it. We'll get them back. That's a promise." I looked him dead in the eye. "We have to. Because if we don't, I'll tear this entire city apart, brick by brick."
Chapter 40. Alana. My eyes fluttered open, my throat dry as sandpaper. The harsh overhead light stung, and as I looked around, I realized we were in some kind of basement. Concrete walls, no windows, dim light. Lucia sat opposite me, unconscious but breathing. She was tied to a chair. And so was I. My limbs instinctively pulled against the restraints. No luck. My heart pounded as panic tried to claw its way through me. There was no sign of Hugo, George, or Hank. Were they okay? Alive? Even Hank's grouchy face would have been a welcome sight. A gravelly voice broke the silence. Well, good afternoon, Sleeping Beauty. I turned slowly. 2 men dressed head to toe in black were nearby. One lounged on an old sofa, the other stood by a scratched wooden table. The one by the table stepped forward, leering as he approached. "Been waiting for you to wake up," he said, his tone twisted with amusement. He bent over and dragged a rough finger down my cheek. "So damn soft," he muttered. "Can't wait to hear you scream." He laughed, loud, cruel, and his partner joined in from the couch. I swallowed hard, bile rising in my throat. I forced it down. I remembered Alejandro's words. "Don't speak, don't ask, just listen." "Not yet," the man on the sofa warned. His accent gave him away. Spanish. That was one detail I could hold on to. Thank God for Alejandro and his constant need to protect us. He'd know something was wrong by now. He'd be coming. I had to believe that. The boss said we keep her untouched. For now, until we've got Alejandro exactly where we want him. Another piece of the puzzle, they weren't acting on their own, and this had everything to do with my husband. The man standing in front of me gripped my chin and forced me to look at him. "You're going to be my favorite toy," he sneered. That was it. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I threw up all over him. He cursed violently in Spanish, stepping back as the other man burst into a fresh fit of laughter. Then the one I'd just vomited on struck me hard across the face. Pain exploded across my jaw, my head jerking sideways. I coughed, choking as the acid burned my throat. "Stupid witch," he spat before storming off. "I'm going to clean up." The room fell into silence. I turned toward the remaining man on the sofa. He looked to be late 30s with a large crucifix tattooed on his neck. Ironic, considering what he'd just stood by and watched. He stared at me, his grin cold and steady. "Looks like Alejandro trained you well, little girl," he said after a moment. "Soon, you'll understand who we are and why you're here. But it won't matter, because either way, you're not leaving here in one piece." He leaned forward slightly. "We're going to destroy you and make sure Alejandro knows everything. Every sick, degrading thing we do to you. That's the gift we'll leave him. A lifetime of nightmares." Rage surged through me. "Alejandro will find you," I spat, voice shaking. "And when he does, he'll make sure you regret ever breathing." The man just laughed. I closed my eyes, willing the panic to stay at bay. "Please, Alejandro, find us. Fast."
Chapter 41. Alejandro. It had been 21 hours since they were taken. 21 agonizing, rage-fueled hours, and I was still no closer to finding Alana and Lucia. I'd watched the surveillance footage again and again, searching for anything, any tiny detail I might have missed. The video was burned into my brain. 4 armed men slamming into their SUV, opening fire, pulling the girls out. They both fought, hard, until they were knocked unconscious. Hugo was still in critical condition at the hospital. I prayed he pulled through. I'd already lost Hank and George. Hugo wasn't just another loyal soldier. He might be the only person who saw something useful. This wasn't random. It was calculated, precise. And someone had known about Lucia's appointment. That meant someone close had betrayed us. Watching that footage was pure torture. Knowing they were taken and I couldn't stop it, it felt like someone had carved a hole in my chest and kept digging. Every spare second, my mind imagined the worst. What might be happening to them? Who had them? What they were going through? The only way I knew to cope was through violence. So that's what I did. I stepped into the center of the warehouse where we had Joey Ortega restrained. I peeled off my jacket and tossed it to Jax. "Anything from him yet?" I asked, my voice sharp. Jax shook his head. "Nothing. He still insists he had no part in it. Swears it wasn't him." I picked up a power drill from the table beside me. "Let's see how long he keeps that up." Joey looked up at me. He was battered, bruised, bloodied, stripped, and bound to the chair. One eye was swollen shut. Blood had streaked down from a gash on his forehead. "Please, Alejandro," he begged. "I've told you everything I know. I swear I don't have anything to do with this." I didn't care. Not even a little. My wife was gone. Lucia, too. I couldn't breathe thinking about what might be happening to them. "You think I care about your crying, about your fear?" I shouted. "My wife has been taken." The sound of my roar echoed off the warehouse walls. An hour later, I left the building covered in blood. Jax trailed beside me, silent. "Don't give me that look," I muttered. He raised his hands. Wasn't judging, just, "It's been a long time since I've seen you like that." He wasn't wrong. I hadn't been that man in years, but I'd let him out today. I'd let him take over. Joey Ortega was dead, and I'd listened to his screams like they were a twisted lullaby, hoping the noise would drown out my own fear. I always knew Joey didn't have the answers, but I didn't stop. "What now?" Jax asked quietly. "We haven't heard a thing from whoever took them. No demands, no messages. It doesn't add up. If this was about money, power, anything, there would have been something by now." "Exactly," I said. "It's wrong. And I've already gone through nearly every enemy we have." Jax frowned. "You've killed more people in the last day than some mob wars tally in a month." "They all had it coming," I snapped. "Even if they didn't have my girls, they'd been threats for years." "I'm not arguing that. But what next?" I met his eyes. "We haven't reached everyone. Not yet. Get the jet ready. We're going to New York." He nodded, pulling out his phone to make the call while I slid into the waiting car. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Chapter 42. Alejandro. I stood on the front steps of the old brownstone, Jax by my side. I wasn't sure what I expected from this visit, but I had to follow every lead. There was still no word from Alana and Lucia's captors, and with each hour that passed, the odds of finding them alive seemed to slip further from my grasp. A woman, likely the housekeeper, opened the door. "I need to speak with Foster Carmichael," I said. She gave Jax and me a cautious once-over. "He's not in." "We'll wait," I replied calmly. "It's about his daughter, Alana." Her eyes flickered with recognition at Alana's name. She hesitated before nodding. "One moment." She returned quickly. "Mr. Carmichael will see you now." Jax leaned in close, muttering, "Didn't she just say he wasn't home?" We were ushered into the sitting room where Foster sat with his wife, Audrey. I'd only met her once, at our wedding. She'd cried through the entire ceremony, overcome with emotion. Alana later told me her mother had no idea their marriage was originally a transaction. As far as I knew, she still didn't. "Alejandro, Jackson," Foster greeted us. "Please sit." We took a seat on the couch, and I studied him, trying to gauge whether he knew why we were there. We had managed to keep news of the kidnapping out of the press. Quiet investigations worked best. "What brings you here?" Foster asked, his fingers steepled under his chin. "I've got a question for you, Carmichael. And understand, if you lie to me..." He didn't need me to finish. He knew what I was capable of. "What's the question?" "Do you know where Alana is right now?" He frowned. If he was acting, he was good at it. "She's cut us off. Why would I know where she is? But maybe the more important question is, why don't you?" he said, voice sharp but slightly shaky. I stared him down. Audrey's eyes shifted nervously. "What's going on, Alejandro?" "Where is my daughter?" Foster demanded. "I don't know," I answered. Audrey gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Foster turned pale, but his cheeks stayed flushed with anger. "You don't know? Has she left you? Or Dash?" "She was taken, kidnapped." Audrey slumped in shock. Foster shot to his feet. "When? Who? Why haven't I heard about this?" "It happened just over 24 hours ago." "A whole day and you're just now telling me? Why isn't the media on this? Where's the coverage?" "Because in my experience, a media frenzy only gets in the way," I said, trying to stay composed. "It complicates everything." "You think I'd use this to boost my image?" "Wouldn't be your worst move," I shot back. He lunged, but I was quicker. I shoved him back into his chair, gripping his throat. "Sit. Think. Who have you crossed that might want revenge through your daughter?" Audrey's voice cut through the tension. "You think this is about Foster?" I looked at her. She seemed so fragile, a stark contrast to Alana's fire. "It's a possibility. I have to explore every one." Foster glared at me. "I trusted you with her. You let this happen." "Listen to me, you arrogant bastard," I growled, leaning in. "She didn't walk away. I had her ripped from me, and if I have to burn the world down to get her back, I will. But right now, I need your help. So think. Hard." He deflated slightly. "No one comes to mind, but I'll make a list of potential enemies. You'll have full access to whatever you need." "I have access," I snapped. "Just send the list. Don't go to the media. You have 48 hours. Then I'm going to the FBI. She was your daughter, until you sold her to me. Don't act like the grieving father now. Just get me those names." He slumped back in his chair. I knew if I didn't find Alana soon, he'd make it public. If I didn't find her soon, I might never see her again. I forced that thought away. It wouldn't help. "Come on," I said to Jax. "Let's move." Minutes later, we were on the road to the airport. "You think he'll come up with anything useful?" Jax asked. "Doubt it," I replied, but I had to look him in the eye. "Make sure." "I get it," he said. "Do you believe him?" Jax nodded. "Yeah, I don't think he knows anything either."
Chapter 43, Alana. I glanced across the dim room at Lucia. She had regained consciousness not long after I did, probably the day before, though it was impossible to be sure. Time moved strangely in this basement with no windows and no natural light. We were still tied up, aside from the brief moments when we were allowed to use the bathroom, which was just a bucket in the corner. Lucia, at least, had been untied from the chair and now sat on an old sofa bed along the far wall. She was still shackled to the floor, but it looked slightly more comfortable than my position. She looked pale and unsteady. "You okay, sweetheart?" I asked gently. She nodded faintly, just a little dizzy. I turned toward the man who seemed to be calling the shots. "Hey, tattoos." "Name's Rafe," he interrupted with a smirk. I swallowed hard. I didn't want to know his name. Knowing names made things feel too real. "Lucia's 6 months pregnant. Can she get a little air?" He narrowed his eyes. "Not my problem." I kept my voice calm. "Look, whatever issue you have with my husband, she's not part of it. She's a kid and she's carrying an innocent life." He grunted. "The boss said no harm comes to her. She stays down here." You could at least let her breathe some fresh air. She's not going to make a run for it with two of you watching. Rafe shook his head. Rules are rules. She stays put. You, on the other hand, he sneered, licking his lips. You're another story. Once your husband gives us what we want, you're all mine. I felt the nausea rise in my throat. He'll rip you apart for touching me, I growled. Rafe lifted his hand like he was about to strike, but his cell phone rang before he could move. He answered with a gruff, "Yeah, boss?" I strained to hear his side of the call. They're still here. The loud one's a handful. Thinks she's tough. He chuckled at whatever was said. Of course he's scrambling. He won't get close. He'd never guess it's you. Guy's too full of himself. A pause. Yeah, a few more days won't be a problem. He'll be desperate soon enough. He'll beg. Another laugh. Got it. He hung up and looked back at me with smug satisfaction. Your husband's losing his mind trying to track you down, stirring up chaos, but he's not even close to figuring out who set this up. So someone close to Alejandro had betrayed him. It had to be someone he trusted, or Rafe wouldn't have used the word double-crossed. Enemies stab from the front. Only traitors go for your back. He'll figure it out, I told him coolly. And when he does, there won't be anywhere you can hide. If you know anything about Alejandro, then you know that. I saw his confident smirk falter. Screw you, Puta, he snapped. I smiled to myself. I'd hit a nerve. Chapter 44. Alana. I couldn't tell how long we'd been trapped in that grimy, dim basement. Time had blurred. Days could have passed, or maybe just hours. The two thugs guarding us had started calling each other by name, Enzo and Rafe. The fact that they didn't care if we knew their names? That was a warning sign. It told me they didn't expect us to leave this place alive. They fed us, gave us water, and while Enzo made disgusting comments and occasionally let his hands wander, they hadn't acted on the worst of their threats. Yet. Thankfully, they hadn't so much as touched Lucia, and for that, I was endlessly grateful. She had shown nothing but strength and courage. I kept whispering the same promise to her. Alejandro would find us. He would come. He always did. Every time I said it aloud, the men would either burst into laughter or, in Enzo's case, slap me across the face and call me irritating. But I didn't stop. Hope was the only thing we had left. Lucia and I were still bound. I'd scanned the room countless times, searching for anything sharp, anything that could help us escape. There was a knife on the table, close enough to notice, but never within reach. And the worst part? They never left us alone. Ever. What time did he say he was coming? Enzo asked, pacing now. Relax, he'll show, Rafe replied, sounding annoyed but uncertain. They were on edge, more restless than usual. Something was shifting. I could feel it in the air. Someone was coming, someone they were nervous about. Maybe we'd finally get some answers. Eventually, the heavy door at the top of the basement stairs creaked open. Sunlight spilled down, making me squint. A figure stepped into the light, their shape slowly emerging from the shadows as they descended. I trust my men haven't been too rough, a familiar voice said, cutting through the silence like a blade. My blood ran cold. No, it couldn't be. You? I gasped, struggling to believe my eyes or my ears. That's right, he replied with a smirk that turned my stomach. But why? My voice shook. Nothing made sense. How could you do this? He shrugged, amused. It wasn't difficult, Princess, he said smoothly. Actually, it was surprisingly easy.
Chapter 45. Alejandro. The door to my office creaked open, and Jax stepped inside. The look in his eyes was different, a spark I hadn't seen in days. Please tell me you've got something good, I said, desperation tightening my voice. He gave me a small, hopeful smile. Hugo's awake. Less than an hour later, I was walking into yet another hospital room. Hugo sat upright in bed, his chest bandaged, and a nurse was tending to his wounds. She glanced up, clearly prepared to ask me to leave, but then recognition dawned in her eyes. Almost no one in this city didn't know who I was. I'll be just a few more minutes, Mr. Montoya, she said politely. I I gave her a curt nod, silently urging her to move faster. The minutes felt like hours as I stood there, teeth clenched, waiting for her to finish. Finally, she stepped out. "I'm sorry, boss," Hugo said before I could speak. His voice trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes. "I failed you." "You didn't," I said firmly. "But I need you to focus now. Anything you can remember, no matter how small, might help me bring them home." He closed his eyes, reaching through the fog in his memory. They came out of nowhere. A big black SUV. They didn't follow us. I swear I checked, like always. They knew exactly where we'd be. They were waiting at the intersection on 7th. "How many?" I asked sharply. His brow furrowed as he tried to recall. "I think I saw 3, maybe more. As soon as they hit us, everything turned to chaos. I blacked out, passed out again. But I remember 3 gunshots and voices. They were speaking Spanish, at least one of them. My stomach twisted as I imagined what Alana and Lucia must have faced, what they could be enduring right now. The thought nearly broke me. Try to remember their words, Hugo. Anything. He nodded slowly. I caught fragments. They kept mentioning the boss. Then he hesitated. Something about his expression changed, like he was holding back. "What else?" I pressed. "Don't stop now." He swallowed hard, his eyes meeting mine. One of them said, "The boss says you can do whatever you want with the woman. Just don't touch the girl." His words hit me like a punch to the gut. My legs nearly gave out. All I could picture was Alana's face, her fear, her pain. I couldn't breathe. Jax reached out, gripping my shoulder, anchoring me before I drifted too far into the storm. "We're going to get them back," he said, his voice like steel. "I swear it." I gave him a sharp nod, sucking in a breath that barely filled my lungs. This wasn't the time for weakness. Not now. Rage was the only fuel I had left, and I intended to burn everything in my path with it. "If Lucia is part of the leverage, then I want double pressure in Chicago," I growled. "Turn that city inside out until we know who has my wife." "I'm on it," Jax replied, already heading for the door. I turned back to Hugo. "Get better, fast, and if anything else comes back to you, you call me immediately." He nodded, eyes still clouded with regret. "I will, boss. I promise." Chapter 46. Alejandro. My phone buzzed on the desk, Jax's name flashing across the screen. I tapped the speaker button. "Tell me you've got something, anything I can work with." "Maybe," he replied, hesitation creeping into his voice. "Not sure yet." I leaned forward, elbows on my desk. "Talk." "I've hit a wall on who might have wanted Lucia dead. I honestly think we've already neutralized that threat. But that got me thinking, what if someone wanted her alive? And? Well, that question didn't come with an easy answer. But I circled back to a few people I'd spoken to when you first asked me to dig into Lucia's background. "Go on," I said tightly. "Remember that woman I mentioned? The sex worker, Crystal. She made me buy her a stack of cheeseburgers and babbled for hours in her rundown apartment. I remember you complained about it for a week. Yeah, well, she was high as a kite at the time. Most of what she said sounded like nonsense, but one thing stuck with me. She mentioned something weird. Said Lucia wasn't really a Ramos." I frowned. "Meaning what?" At first I figured she meant Lucia didn't act like her brothers or didn't fit in. But I had nothing else, so I went back. Took more than burgers this time to loosen her up. Eventually, she admitted something big. Lucia isn't Miguel Ramos's biological daughter. I blinked. And she knows this how? She was close with Lucia's mother. Apparently, Ramos always suspected his wife had cheated, but he never had proof. He was too proud to admit he'd been played. So instead, he punished both of them, his wife and Lucia, for it. I ran a hand down my face, trying to absorb what I'd just heard. You think this Crystal's telling the truth? She's got no reason to lie now. I paid her up front. She never told anyone while Ramos was alive. Said she was scared he'd kill her. And when Lucia disappeared, she figured there was no point. But the way she talked today, yeah, it felt real. I leaned back in my chair, the wheels in my mind turning. Nothing made sense, yet somehow this piece seemed to fit. Did Crystal say who the real father was? Just what Lucia's mom told her. He was Spanish, very attractive, and more powerful than Ramos. 17 years ago, September 2004, that summer. My stomach twisted, a season my family never spoke of. Damn it, Jax, I muttered. What is it? Book the jet and get on it now. If I'm right, I'm going to need you here. I'm already at O'Hare. I'll be back before the night's out. Good. And Jax, get ready. Things are about to get very, very bloody.
Chapter 47. Alana. I stirred, my eyes fluttering open to find Enzo looming over me, one hand resting firmly at the base of my neck. His breath reeked of smoke, and I instantly felt the shift in his mood. Something dark, twisted. He pressed closer, his weight heavy against my back. The pressure of his presence made my skin crawl. His grip tightened around my neck as he tilted my chin up, forcing me to meet his gaze. His expression was twisted, cruel. "Wonder what your husband would think if he knew what was coming for you," he muttered, voice slick with venom. I stared at him, unflinching. "I thought the plan was to kill me," I snapped. "So why would it matter what he thinks?" Rage flared in his eyes, his grip on my throat hardened, and his other hand clamped down on my chest, making me wince. I bit back any sign of pain. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. "You like to talk, don't you?" he snarled, his hand slipping lower in a way that made my stomach churn. "You're disgusting," I spat. He sneered. "Oh, I'm just getting started." I glanced around desperately. Rafe wasn't nearby. Lucia was still asleep. Something about Enzo's demeanor shifted. He seemed emboldened by being alone. He leaned in close, lowering his voice to a whisper. "If you scream and wake her up," he said, breath hot against my ear, "I'll make her pay for it too." Panic surged through me. Where the hell was Rafe? Enzo circled to face me. His fingers dug into my jaw, forcing my mouth open. He fumbled with his belt, the look on his face pure malice. "Open wider," he growled. "You don't want to make this harder than it needs to be." Tears stung the corners of my eyes, not from fear, but fury. I remembered Alejandro's words, survive no matter what. But this, I couldn't do this. He leaned in, muttering threats, trying to break me down, and then just when I felt his guard slip, I bit down hard. His scream shattered the silence. He stumbled back, hands flying to his groin, blood blooming through his fingers. Lucia startled awake. "You try that again, and next time I won't stop at biting," I hissed, glaring at him. The commotion drew Rafe, who charged down the stairs. "What the hell happened?" he barked. "She bit me," Enzo shrieked, still hunched over. "You were warned not to lay a finger on her," Rafe snapped. Then his fury turned toward me. He stormed over and without a word struck me hard across the side of my head. A sharp pain sliced through my temple. My ears rang, the room spun, and then nothing.
Chapter 48. Alejandro. I stepped into my father's hospital room, relieved to see him sitting upright in bed. He looked much stronger than he had just a few days ago. The machines were fewer, the color was back in his face, and according to the doctors, he might even be discharged soon. My mother was seated beside him, her hand clasped tightly in his, smiling softly at him. A peaceful, intimate moment between them. Days ago, I would have found solace in this sight, seeing him recover, seeing her calm, but there was no peace left in me. Not while Alana was still gone. "Alejandro?" they both said together, their heads turning toward me. "Hola, Mama, Papa?" I greeted, giving them a slight nod. My father's expression shifted quickly. "What is it, son? Have you found Alana and the girl?" "Not yet," I said, locking eyes with him. "But I'm getting closer." My mother, ever intuitive, read the weight in my voice immediately. She had spent her life navigating the shadows my father and I walked in. Only Alana could read me better. The thought of her hit me like a punch to the chest. "I'll give you two some time," my mother said, standing up. "I'll bring back some fresh coffee." She passed by me, pulling me into a brief but warm embrace. Her voice was soft in my ear. "She'll come back to you. I know it." "Gracias, Mama," I murmured, pressing a kiss to her cheek. As she left, I sat in the chair she had vacated, still warm from where she had been. I could feel how long she'd sat here, and the guilt crept in for not visiting sooner. "I'm sorry I haven't been around much," I told him. He dismissed the apology with a shake of his head. "Your place is out there, finding your wife. That matters more than sitting here with an old man." I took in a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "What is it, Alejandro?" he asked, sensing something heavier behind my silence. The truth I carried made my chest ache. I had run the facts through my mind 100 times, dissected the timeline, rechecked every connection. I was almost afraid I had let desperation cloud my logic, but still, it was the only theory that made sense. "I think I know who ordered the attempt on your life," I said, voice steady. "And I believe that same person is behind Alana and Lucia's abduction." He stared at me, his body stiffening. He sat up straighter despite the pain, wincing with the effort. "Who?" he asked, voice sharp. I took the next 10 minutes to tell him everything. What Hugo had remembered, what Jax had uncovered, what I'd discovered about Lucia, and the pieces I had started putting together since. When I was done, my father looked at me, eyes shining with disbelief and grief, but also with something else. Acceptance. He didn't doubt me. He believed it too. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the edge of the bed, burying my face in my hands. A moment later, I felt his calloused fingers on the back of my head, gently brushing through my hair. "I wish this weren't true," he said quietly. "But I believe it is. You've always been smart, Alejandro. That's why I chose you, not your uncles, to carry this family forward. You know what you have to do now." I looked up at him, my chest tight, and for the first time in my life, I saw tears streaming down his face. "I do, Papa." Chapter 49. Alejandro. The world outside the car window blurred as we sped down the highway. Jax sat silently beside me in the back seat, while Jacob, our longtime family driver, handled the wheel. My stomach twisted with unease over what we were about to do. The plan was dangerous, borderline insane, but every fiber of my being told me it was the right call. I noticed Jax shifting beside me, still visibly skeptical about everything I had shared with him earlier. When I first told him who I suspected was behind this, he looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And when I said it would be just the two of us handling it, no backup, he almost argued. But I couldn't risk more people knowing. One wrong word, one leak, and it could cost Alana and Lucia their lives. Jacob was the only other person I trusted. He'd been in our lives since I was a kid. But these days, he was more of a steady hand behind the wheel than someone I'd bring into combat. I needed him stationed outside, ready to get the girls to safety if something went wrong inside. "I mean it, Jax," I said, glancing his way. "Thanks for being here." He turned toward me, grinning. "You really think I'd let you do this alone? Come on, I told you. Till the end, brother." He held up his fist, and I bumped mine against it. "Till the end," I echoed. Roughly 30 minutes later, we brought the car to a stop just down the road from the house I hoped to God was where Alana and Lucia were being kept. Jacob had already cut the headlights a good stretch before we got there to keep us off anyone's radar. Jax and I climbed out of the car, moving quickly but silently along the edge of the trees, staying hidden in the darkness. "Got the plan locked in?" I whispered. He gave a short nod. "Anyone not wearing the Montoya name dies," he said coolly, attaching a silencer to his weapon. From our position, I spotted 2 men circling the property. We moved fast, each of us taking out one guard with a clean, quiet shot to the neck. No time for hesitation, no room for mercy. I gestured toward the back of the house, and Jax nodded before peeling off into the shadows. As for me, I wasn't about to sneak in through the rear. I was walking through the front door like I owned the place. At the porch, I paused and glanced inside. No immediate movement. Heart hammering, I tried to steady my breath. What if I was wrong? What if they weren't here? But if not here, where else could they be? I tugged the screen door open, and right on cue, it creaked loudly. A guard came rushing into the hallway, hand moving toward his weapon. But he didn't even get it halfway out before I put a bullet between his eyes. I stared at him for a brief second. He had been on our payroll for 2 decades. Betrayal ran deep. As I advanced further into the house, the wood beneath my boots groaned under each step. Another man emerged from the kitchen. He barely had time to register who I was before I shot him point blank. 2 muffled shots rang out from the back of the house. Moments later, Jax appeared in the hallway, gun lowered, expression grim. He didn't say a word, just nodded. I nodded back and tilted my head toward the basement. Everything about this felt too smooth, too quiet. Something wasn't right.
To Chapter 50. Alana. The noise from above startled me, heavy footsteps or something falling hard. My eyes met Lucia's across the room. Her expression mirrored mine, a fragile blend of fear and desperate hope. Either help had arrived or our time was up. God, please let it be Alejandro. Carlos clearly heard it too. He stalked over and shoved his face close to mine, grinning like a man on the edge of madness. "Your hero's here, slut," he hissed. His breath was sour. Let's see how far he'll go to save his little plaything. Earlier, he had brought in 2 more men, probably sensing Alejandro was closing in. Now 6 armed men were stationed in the shadows, their rifles aimed at the basement entrance. I wanted to shout a warning, to scream, but the rag stuffed in my mouth silenced me. Carlos moved behind me and I flinched as I felt the cold press of a blade against my throat. I froze, barely breathing, the steel slicing lightly into my skin. Lucia whimpered softly. I heard her panic but couldn't comfort her. Then, footsteps. The basement door creaked open. "I know you're down there, Uncle," came Alejandro's voice. My entire being surged at the sound. I screamed into the gag, but Carlos only pressed the knife harder until I felt the sting of blood. "Alana, I'm here, princess. I'm taking you home." He stepped into the basement, and the sight of him made my chest ache. Enzo, Rafe, and the new men all stood at the ready, weapons pointed directly at him. "You came alone?" Carlos asked, narrowing his eyes. "Not exactly," Jack said, emerging from the shadows behind him. Carlos scoffed. "Ah, yes, the loyal sidekick." "This is a family matter," Alejandro said coolly. "Send your men out. Let's settle this. Just us and the girls." Carlos chuckled. "So, you found out my little secret, huh?" "Secret? What secret?" "Yeah, I figured it out," Alejandro said through clenched teeth. "But what I don't get is what my wife has to do with any of this." Carlos's hand snaked under my collar and squeezed cruelly. "Get your hands off her," Alejandro warned, stepping forward. The guards tensed. Carlos smiled wickedly. "Move again, and they'll put you down right here." Alejandro raised both hands. "Okay, I'm here. Just let her go. Let Lucia go. She's your daughter." My heart skipped. His daughter? Lucia? Carlos's expression hardened. "Why would I do that?" "Their leverage, Alejandro. My leverage." Alejandro's face was twisted with confusion and pain. "Why, uncle? Why all this?" Carlos's voice trembled with bitterness. "I gave my life to your father. 3 decades of loyalty, obedience, sacrifice. I even gave up the woman I loved because I had no time for a family. Then she gave birth to my child, and I still had to stay away. I did everything for this family, and how does your father repay me? He gives it all to you." Alejandro inched forward. "Papa wouldn't have stopped you from having a family. Uncle Felipe has one. He would have wanted that for you too." Carlos's face twisted in anguish. "He never trusted me, not after I killed his dog." Alejandro blinked. "What?" "I was 8. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to see if it was strong like us. The blood wouldn't come out of the carpet. Papa went ballistic. From then on, Mateo treated me like I was broken." Alejandro stepped closer again. "So you turned on us? On them? On Lucia?" Carlos's grip tightened. "You think you deserve it all? You took what should have been mine, even my daughter. And yes, this whole empire, it was my idea." Alejandro's voice softened. "I didn't know." Carlos's eyes burned. "I've killed for less, you know. A woman once said no to me, so I made her say yes, then slit her throat. Your father didn't like that either." Alejandro glanced at me briefly and gave the faintest nod. "You think you can just waltz in and take her back, after what we did to her? She begged for it, you know." Alejandro didn't react. His jaw was tight, fists clenched, but his voice was cool. "Did you know Jax is ambidextrous?" Carlos sneered. "What?" "Means he shoots with both hands." Suddenly, 4 shots rang out. The guards dropped instantly. Jax stepped forward, twin pistols still smoking. "Texas-born, fastest draw in the West." Alejandro turned to Carlos, whose hand was still trembling with the blade. "Let her go. I'll walk away from it all. Just give her back," Carlos hissed. "Never." Alejandro susurró, "Ahora." A final shot cracked. Carlos crumpled, the knife falling from his hand. Alejandro was on me in an instant, catching the blade before it could do more damage. "Jax, get Lucia," he called. Jax was already moving, untying her and lifting her gently. Alejandro pulled the gag from my mouth and I gasped. He cut the ropes at my ankles and wrists, his fingers shaking. He cupped my face, his voice broken. "Alana, princess, I'm so sorry." I collapsed into him, sobbing uncontrollably. His arms locked around me, grounding me, holding me like I was all that mattered. "I love you," he whispered into my ear. "Not once have I regretted marrying you, not even for a second. I'd give up everything for you." Tears soaked his shirt as he pulled me into his arms. "You're safe now," he murmured. He looked over to Lucia. Jax held her protectively. "You okay, kid?" Alejandro asked, and she nodded, tears running down her cheeks. "Yeah." "Let's go home." As he carried me up the stairs, I pressed my face to his neck, breathing in the scent of the man I loved. Safety, warmth, home. It was all right here. I was already home.
Chapter 51. Alejandro. My pulse pounded as I stepped out of my uncle's house. Alana cradled tightly in my arms. The adrenaline hadn't worn off yet. It wouldn't until we were inside Jacob's car and far from this nightmare. Behind me, Jax emerged carrying Lucia. She looked shaken, but mercifully unharmed. Relief surged through me. That girl had suffered more than enough. Alana, though, bore the visible marks of what she'd endured. Blood stained her clothes, and her face and body were speckled with bruises and shallow cuts. I'd looked her over quickly, and nothing seemed life-threatening, but I wasn't taking chances. A doctor would examine her the moment we got back. Still, I knew the damage that couldn't be seen, the emotional weight, would take the longest to heal. Carlos's disgusting threats echoed in my mind. Rage simmered beneath my skin. If I'd had more time, I would have made each one of those men beg for mercy before I ended them. Instead, I pressed a kiss to Alana's forehead and silently vowed that no one would ever harm her again. As Jacob's car pulled into view, another set of headlights appeared on the road behind him. I shifted Alana in my arms and reached for my weapon. I exchanged a tense look with Jax. Then I recognized the approaching car. Uncle Philippe. He stepped out before the vehicle had fully stopped. "Alejandro," he called. "How did you know we were here?" I barked, not lowering my gun. He raised his hands, palms open. "Your father told me. I'm here to help." "It's handled." "All of it?" he asked, his voice grave. I gave a short nod. "What needed to be done is done." He dipped his chin, eyes glistening. "Maybe now your uncle can finally rest." "I hope so." "I'm glad you're all safe," Philippe said, then turned back toward his car. "I'll send a team to clean the place and meet with you tomorrow." "Tomorrow," I echoed. Jacob opened the car doors. Jax helped Lucia into the back seat and slid in beside her. I followed through the opposite door, still holding Alana close. "No separate seat for me again?" she asked, managing a faint smile. "Not a chance," I murmured, tightening my hold around her waist. "You're staying right here." Jacob tossed a small first aid kit over his shoulder as he took the wheel. "For your hand, boss." "Let me," Alana offered softly, lifting my injured hand and wrapping it with slow, careful movements. I glanced over at Lucia. "You okay, kid?" She nodded, though her voice was quiet. "Yeah, I think so." She rubbed her belly gently. "And the baby?" "He's moving again," she whispered, almost surprised by it. "As soon as we're home, I'll have a doctor check you both over." She gave a small smile. Home. Alana finished bandaging my hand, then curled into my chest, her arms wrapping tightly around my neck. I kept one arm locked around her waist and reached for Lucia's hand with the other. She took it without hesitation, her fingers curling around mine. "Yeah," I murmured, letting out a breath as I leaned back into the seat. "We're going home."
Chapter 52. Alana. I sank into the pillows, letting out a long exhale. The balcony doors were open, and a cool breeze drifted across my skin. The doctor had already come and gone by the time we returned. He'd checked on Lucia and her baby first. Both were okay. At least, physically. As for me, I wasn't quite so lucky. A concussion, a cracked rib, and 2 fractured fingers now strapped and braced, on top of plenty of bruises and cuts. Alejandro hadn't taken his eyes off me since we got back. It was like he was waiting for me to break down completely, but I wasn't going to, at least not yet, not while I still felt the overwhelming relief of being home. Losing Hank and George had left a hole in my chest. I didn't know George well, he was newer, but Hank had been around for months. Gruff as he was, he'd looked out for me. Knowing their deaths had come at the hands of Carlos and his men weighed heavily. Still, I had to keep reminding myself this was not on me. The news that Hugo had survived had given me hope. Alejandro promised we could visit him once I was strong enough, and I clung to that. After everything, despite the grief and the chaos, what I felt most was gratitude. We had made it out. I had proven my strength in that basement. Whatever came next, I could handle it, especially with Alejandro at my side. He'd insisted I stay in bed while he got Lucia settled in her room. There was a guard outside her door, likely more for Alejandro's peace of mind than hers. When he walked back in, I couldn't help but smile. His hand had needed 14 stitches after grabbing the knife from Carlos, but he moved like nothing could hurt him. "You good, princess?" he asked again, his 100th time, I was sure. "For the 1,000,000th time, yes," I said, rolling my eyes. He raised a brow. "Did you just roll your eyes at me?" "Absolutely," I giggled. "And there's not a thing you can do about it." He grinned, unbuttoning his shirt. "Lucky for you, you're doped up on pain meds, or I'd make you pay for that sass." Once he peeled off his pants, he climbed into bed next to me. I rested my head against his chest, his strong arm curling protectively around me. "I'm sorry, princess," he murmured, stroking my arm gently. "You don't have to apologize. You didn't make your uncle insane." He sighed. "Still, I should have gotten to you faster." I pushed myself up slightly, ignoring the ache, and met his eyes. "Whatever your uncle said about what his men did, it was a lie. He only said that to hurt you." Alejandro frowned. "You don't have to protect me." "I'm not. If they had hurt me like that, do you really think I'd hide it to spare your feelings? One of them tried something, but I stopped him." His jaw clenched. "What did he do?" "Tried to force me to, but I bit him. Hard. That's probably how I ended up with the concussion. The other one didn't take it well." "You bit him?" "Like a damn corn dog," I said, a proud smirk tugging at my lips. He screamed like a toddler. I felt his chest shake beneath me. He was laughing. I joined him. It felt strange to laugh after all that had happened, but maybe that's why it felt so necessary. "That's my girl," he whispered, kissing me softly. "But seriously, you sure you're okay?" "Yes," I whispered back. "Lucia and I, what got us through it was knowing you'd come. We kept saying it to them, that you'd find us. That's why they gagged us." He pulled me closer. "I would have burned down the whole world to get to you." I cupped his jaw gently. "Even in that basement, I never once regretted marrying you. I need you to know that." His hand found mine, lifting it to his lips. "I know, and I feel the same. You saved me, Alex, in more ways than one." He brushed my hair back, voice low. "No, Princessa, you saved me. My father had it wrong all along. Love isn't weakness, you're my strength. With you, I can do anything." Tears welled in my eyes, but this time they weren't from pain. "Te quiero, Alex. Te quiero, Alana." Chapter 53. Alana. Sunlight streamed through the open balcony doors, warming my skin and pulling me from sleep. I stretched slowly, wincing as a sharp ache shot through my ribs and shoulders. "Morning, princess!" Alejandro's familiar voice rumbled beside me. Despite the discomfort, warmth spread through me just hearing him. I rolled onto my side, groaning slightly at the effort. He sat up in bed, already dressed, his laptop resting across his legs. "Morning! What time is it?" 11:30. My eyes widened. "I've been asleep for over 12 hours. I need to get up." He closed the laptop and set it beside him. "You've been on strong painkillers, doctor's orders, and you're not getting up yet. You need rest." He handed me a glass of water and a few pills from the nightstand. "What are these?" "Pain meds. Take them." I obediently swallowed the pills and leaned back into the pillows with a sigh. Fighting him on this wouldn't be worth the energy. "You know you're kind of irresistible when you go into boss mode," I teased. He gave me a warning look. "Don't start." "What? The doctor didn't say no flirting, did he? I'm sure there are ways around my injuries." "You're testing my patience, princess. Do you have any idea how hard it was to lie next to you all night and not touch you the way I wanted to?" I grinned. "Well, yes, I noticed a certain situation happening against my back. Very hard to ignore." He leaned in, brushing a strand of hair from my face and kissed me softly. "Rest now, because once you're fully healed, I intend to remind you exactly who you belong to." "Your motivational speeches are very counterproductive," I joked. "Let's just say you're lucky I've got restraint," he said, adjusting his position with a chuckle. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted us. "That'll be Lucia. She's been checking in every 15 minutes. She must be overwhelmed. Come in, Alejandro called. Lucia peeked through the doorway. You're awake? Yes, sweetheart. Come in, I said, shifting up with care. She walked in and sat on the edge of the bed, where Alejandro had been moments earlier. So much had happened last night, we hadn't even begun to unpack it all. Alejandro pulled a chair close. You've got questions, don't you, Lucia? She nodded, hesitating. You said Carlos was my father? He nodded. Did you ever suspect Miguel Ramos wasn't your real dad? I always felt different from my brothers, but I thought that was just because I wasn't like them. But he never said anything. Wouldn't he have told me? Miguel had a lot of pride. He wouldn't admit it. But your mother had a relationship with Carlos that ended shortly before you were born. When it ended, Carlos didn't handle it well. He eventually had a breakdown and was institutionalized for over a year. So, you really think he was my father? Yes, he believed it, and according to Crystal, your mother did too. Lucia gave a small smile. Crystal was always kind to me, before everything. So is that why Carlos took us? Because of Lucia? I asked. Alejandro paused. Partially, but more so because he wanted power. He tried to kill my father to take his place, and he resented that I was chosen to take over the family. He saw you, Alana, as a way to get to me. I stared at him. He had your father shot? His own brother? Alejandro nodded grimly. He wanted to ruin everything, including me, and he nearly succeeded. Lucia was quiet, clearly trying to process it all. Maybe he thought he could trade your freedom later, but mostly he knew how much you meant to me. He knew hurting you would hurt me the most. And with Lucia, well, I believe he wanted to connect with her in his own broken way. That's probably why they were decent to me compared to Alana, Lucia said, frowning. Exactly, Alejandro nodded. Do you think he had anything to do with Blake's death? Alejandro's jaw tightened. It's likely. Carlos had the means, and if he saw Blake as a threat to Lucia, he wouldn't have hesitated. Lucia glanced down at her stomach. So I'm not a Ramos then. You're a Montoya, Alejandro said, through and through. She smiled faintly. What now, Lucia? I asked gently. What do you want for your future, now that you're free? I still want to apply for emancipation, unless you'd let me stay until I'm 18? Of course, Alejandro replied. Your family now, I added. Her eyes lit up. Really? Thank you. That means everything. And college? I asked. She leaned back against the pillows. It's still the dream. I'll need a scholarship, and I'll work part-time. I want to make it happen for me and my baby. I reached out and wrapped an arm around her. That sounds perfect. Mind if I stay here for a while? She asked. Alejandro stood. I've got some calls to make. I'll be on the balcony. You two relax. Thanks, she whispered. As I drifted off, the gentle hum of the TV played in the background. Lucia's presence was a comfort. I woke with a jolt. My heart pounded, but I soon realized I was safe, not in that basement anymore. I was in bed, curled into Alejandro's chest. I had slept most of the day, my body still recovering. Alejandro said it was normal between the trauma and the medication, but now I felt alert and restless. I missed the intimacy we hadn't shared in days. I shifted slightly, careful with my injuries. He stirred. You okay, princess? Yes, except I miss you. He groaned softly. You're killing me, but I'm not risking anything with you still healing. I'm not asking for anything crazy, just something gentle. He exhaled sharply. If we do this, you have to promise to tell me if anything hurts. I promise. He kissed my neck, then lie still. Let me take care of you. His touch was soft, slow, and full of love. We shared an intimate moment, not driven by urgency or passion, but by comfort and connection. By the time we lay back again, our breathing had evened out and warmth pulsed between us. I love you, Alana, he whispered. I smiled sleepily. I love you too, always. Chapter 54. Alana. I was curled up in the den with a book when Alejandro walked in. It had been 3 weeks since he'd pulled me out of that basement, and physically, I was back to normal. Hey, princess, where's Lucia? He asked. Your mom took her out shopping. She needed some new clothes that actually fit her bump, I smiled. You didn't join them? He asked with a slight frown. Normally, I'd never pass up a shopping day. I was feeling a little off earlier, I admitted. His concern kicked in immediately as he sat beside me. You okay now? I nodded. Yeah, just felt lightheaded and tired earlier. I'm fine now. He placed a hand gently on my forehead, still checking. You sure? I promise, I whispered, leaning in and wrapping my arms around his neck to pull him in for a kiss. His lips met mine, soft at first, his fingers weaving through my hair. When he pulled back slightly, his voice was husky. So we're alone? Other than your team of guards, yes, I teased. He raised an eyebrow. Then, what's the excuse for still being dressed, princess? Before I could respond, he gently leaned me back against the couch, his hand slipping beneath my dress to slide off my underwear. He tucked them into his pocket with a smirk. I want you thinking about me every second until I'm back inside you, he murmured against my skin. I let out a soft gasp, my hands gripping his shoulders. So, he asked with a grin, his breath hot against my ear, what's your preference today? Should I warm you up with my hands or my mouth first? Why not both? I teased. He chuckled low in his throat. Greedy princess. I like it. Time slipped away as he took his time with me, exploring every inch like it was the first time. When it was over, we stayed tangled together on the sofa, my head resting against his chest. His fingers gently traced the edge of my jaw. There's something I want to talk about before Lucia gets back. I looked up at him, curious. Okay, what's on your mind? I scheduled an appointment with someone from an adoption agency, he said. For a moment, everything stopped. My breath caught as I processed his words. You did? I asked softly. He nodded. I think it's time we made it official. She's already family. Let's make it legal too. Tears welled in my eyes before I could stop them. This man, this fierce, stubborn, protective man, never stopped surprising me. I love you, I whispered. He kissed my forehead. I love you more. Chapter 55. Alana. A few days had passed, and Alejandro and I found ourselves seated in his home office moments after hanging up with the adoption agency. Are you absolutely sure about this? I asked, my voice a mix of nerves and anticipation, butterflies dancing in my stomach. He gave me a firm nod. Only if Lucia agrees, of course. Naturally, I nodded in return. Looks like you might be getting that legacy after all. He reached for my hand and gently pulled me to my feet. I've told you before. I don't need a legacy, he said, with a hint of seriousness in his voice. I know, I whispered, giving his hand a squeeze. Ready to talk to her? He asked, meeting my eyes. I inhaled deeply, bracing myself. Yes, let's do it. We walked through the house until we found Lucia in the kitchen, casually eating a bowl of cereal at the breakfast bar. Hey, she greeted us with a warm smile. Hi, sweetheart, I replied as we approached her. There's something Alejandro and I want to talk to you about. She looked up from her bowl, blinking curiously. Okay. We've been thinking about what you said a couple of weeks ago, I began gently. About finishing high school. About maybe going to college one day. You're bright, Lucia. You deserve every opportunity to follow your dreams. She nodded slowly. Yeah, but that's just wishful thinking. Raising a baby on my own while juggling school, I don't think that's realistic, she said with a half shrug, trying to downplay it. We understand that, Alejandro said, his voice calm and supportive. That's why we reached out to someone from the adoption agency. Not because we want to take anything from you, but because we want to help give you every chance you deserve. Lucia's eyes widened and Alejandro continued. If it's what you want too, we can take care of the paperwork, but this is your decision. You're 17. Nothing happens unless you're comfortable. You'd help me go to college? She asked, voice trembling. Absolutely, I said without hesitation. Her eyes welled up with tears as she looked down at her belly, her hands moving instinctively to cradle it. I know it might be the right thing to do, she said through a shaky breath. You've both done so much for me already, and you could give this baby the life I never had. But I don't think I can just walk away. She broke down into tears before finishing the sentence. I quickly stepped around the counter and wrapped my arms around her shoulders, pulling her close. Alejandro groaned and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Lucia, we're not trying to adopt your baby. She froze and lifted her head, eyes darting between us in confusion. Wait, what? We want to adopt you, I said softly, smiling through my own tears. If that's something you'd want too, you can stay here no matter what, but this would just make it official. Her tears returned immediately, though this time they were accompanied by a stunned laugh. Alejandro gave me a look of disbelief, clearly moved. You don't have to decide now, I added, pressing a kiss to the top of her head. Are you kidding? She laughed through her tears, wiping her face with her sleeve. You two seriously want to adopt me? In a heartbeat, we both said together. She squealed, leapt up from her stool, and threw her arms around me. Then yes, 1,000 times yes. Get over here, Daddy A, she grinned, waving Alejandro over. He chuckled, walked over, and wrapped his arms around both of us. Let's not ever use that nickname again, okay? He teased. I'll work on something more suitable, she replied with a grin, nestling her head against his chest. Over her shoulder, Alejandro met my eyes and smiled. This wasn't the family we had once imagined, but it was real, it was ours, and it was everything we needed. Epilogue. Alana? I reclined on the sun lounger, eyes closed, letting the golden warmth of the late afternoon sun sink into my skin. In the distance, I could hear Alejandro and Matthias playing in the pool, the sound of their laughter filling the air. Our grandson. The word had once sounded so surreal, especially in my 20s. But now that Matthias was 2, I'd fully embraced the title. Lucia had grown into motherhood so gracefully. She adored her son. Even after long days at college, she never failed to come home, wrap him in her arms, read his favorite stories, and cook his dinner with love. I must have dozed off for a bit because the next thing I felt was a familiar hand gently smoothing over my belly. You ready to head inside, princess? Alejandro's voice hummed low and sweet like silk over my skin. Blinking up at him, I stretched with a groan. Did I fall asleep again? He chuckled. Yep, I might need to start calling you Sleeping Beauty. I gave his chest a playful tap. Watch it, Mr. Montoya. Wouldn't dream of pushing my luck, he teased, but since you're all tuckered out, how about we call it an early night? I laughed, already guessing what he really meant. When you say early night, you don't exactly mean sleep, do you? His grin widened. Hey, I seem to remember promising you lots of rest on our last vacation, and I distinctly remember us spending most of it horizontal. His hand slid over my round belly and my heart swelled at the way he always touched me. So tender, yet full of desire. Once these twins arrive, he said, we're going back to the beach house, and every single morning I plan to remind you how much I've missed that view, especially with you in it. I laughed again, picturing the serene hideaway we'd just returned from. 2 perfect weeks of seclusion, peace, and being wrapped in each other. But with 2 babies on the way, a return trip seemed unlikely. I think your parents might have a say in that plan, I reminded him. They're nearly as excited as we are, not to mention Lucia and Matthias. You might need to put the fantasy life on pause, big guy. He arched a brow, amused. His hand slipped affectionately down my belly and came to rest just above my hip. What can I say, he whispered. My wife's stunning, pregnant, and still the most irresistible woman I've ever met. I smirked. You mean your very large, about-to-pop wife? He leaned in, brushing his lips across mine. You're carrying our babies, and you've never been more radiant, Alana. You're just saying that to get lucky, I teased. He stepped back slightly, gesturing down to the rather obvious evidence beneath his swim trunks. Do I look like I'm bluffing? I burst into laughter, even as heat crept into my cheeks. Come upstairs, he murmured, eyes locked on mine. Let me take care of you. You're insatiable, I said, unable to stop grinning. He laughed. You're one to talk. With those pregnancy hormones, I've barely kept up with you. He reached for my hand, helping me to my feet. As I passed him, I tossed a glance over my shoulder. I like it when you're a little bossy. He gave my backside a light swat, then slid in close behind me, arms circling my waist as he leaned in to whisper, "You've got no idea what you've just started, princess." And just like that, I felt the warmth of anticipation spread through me. "I hope not," I murmured, my smile widening.